Welcome back. Welcome to the end of the week. Hopefully went well for you. No major outages. Your automation didn't break production. You know, all the important stuff. Glad you're here. We'll just be starting in just a second. I'm waiting for a few friends to join. This session is going to be addressing what we did not in the previous, which was setting up a ServiceNow developer environment and have it be the entry point for our network automation. Essentially, what we want to do is we want to give users a form that they can fill in, simple web form, and unbeknownst to them, once they click the send button or once it gets approved, that it kicks off an automated workflow to provision their firewalls. This is a super common request that we get. Customers are looking to take advantage of network automation, but they don't want everyone to be like an automation wizard, right? So they're thinking like, hey, how can I create some kind of abstractions? How can I front end all of this automation without requiring a ton of development work? And from what we've seen is that the product like ServiceNow is all over the place. Customers are using it for things like service requests. If they've got an issue with their laptop, or they're requesting some kind of piece of software, or they're looking for some additional kind of wiki or some kind of piece of information, ServiceNow is heavily used within these environments. So how can we take what's in their environment and how can we use that as the front end for the automation? Well, that's what we're going to be covering today. Just in a minute, we'll go ahead and get started. In the meantime, I'm going to test something. You guys are going to be a test subject for today. We're going to test the ability to use my iPad for drawing. The reason why I'm trying this out is previously we had used Lucidchart, which is great, but it's not really conducive to drawing. So hold on, let's see if we can't switch the screen over here, and let me see if I can't just kind of Photoshop. So what we're going to do today, let's see. I like to graphically represent things. So we're gonna have a ServiceNow. It's the wrong color. All right, so we'll have a ServiceNow instance, and this will sit inside of their public cloud. And one thing that I know I have a weakness for is like my ability to draw a cloud. I don't know what it is, but I have like this kind of mental hurdle that prevents me from like being satisfied with any of the clouds that I draw. So hopefully you're not going to be too upset about this. So ServiceNow is a publicly hosted, what we would call like a SaaS-based solution, meaning that they host it, it's in the cloud, and customers of ServiceNow instances use their cloud environment. Now this poses a challenge for us in the automation world, because most of the time, let's just say public internet. Yeah, I think this will work out just fine. All right, so we got like the public internet. I'm not about to draw another cloud. This is how people typically connect into ServiceNow. There's not like a direct private connection. There's no dark fiber. There's no MPLS, right? It's the public internet that you access it. And then, usually a customer will have like a firewall that kind of should be protecting their environment if it's configured correctly. And then underneath the firewall, we have like a bunch of resources, right? This is where like all of our data center resides. This is where all of our applications reside. Of course, this wouldn't be like an entire picture of an environment, but you understand where I'm getting at. Now, the problem that we have to figure out is if we're going to be using ServiceNow to automate our internal infrastructure, how can we safely bridge that communication, right? What we do not want to do, we do not want to open up ports on this firewall, right? We don't want to expose, God, what a terrible situation that would be. Never expose your public internet firewall to a SaaS-based solution and to expose your automation architecture, right? This would this is really asking for problems if you did something along these lines. So instead, what we'll need to figure out is how can we get some kind of like agent, right? I'll just call it an agent for now. How can we get an agent to receive information from ServiceNow as far as what type of automation job to kick off, right? It's one thing to like just create forms inside of ServiceNow to handle the request. It's totally another thing entirely if we want to get that kind of automation job pushed into our internal infrastructure. So that's what we're going to be working on. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, looks like we got a few friends in here. So what we'll do is let's go ahead and start by logging into developer.servicenow.com. And I have an account. I've already gone ahead and registered an account. They're totally free, by the way. So you don't need to fork over a corporate credit card or anything like that. And the first thing I want to do is I want to request an instance. And let's see. We're presented with 3 different releases. So this being the latest release, San Diego and Rome. They name each release just increases through the alphabet. So we're at the letter T right now. And as you can tell, each release is named after a major city. So we'll just go ahead and take the bleeding edge here, Tokyo. And I think within just a couple of minutes, what we'll do is we'll have an active ServiceNow environment for us. While I've got that going through the provisioning, let's jump back into the iPad because I want to kind of want to draw more. Let's see if I can hide my face. It needs to be. Hey, there we go. Works. So in this situation, right, we've got ServiceNow, we've got the internet, and we've got this the firewall that's protecting us in between here. And then we have some of our infrastructure. You can say like these over here, like this is maybe switch 1, maybe this is firewall 2, right? But this is my internal infrastructure. I'm gonna have some kind of agent that runs inside of my environment that's gonna receive signals over the public internet into the agent. Now this agent is something that we call a mid server. And the way that it works is that rather than poking holes into the firewall, which would be a huge security risk, what it's going to do instead is the agent itself is going to open up a session to your ServiceNow developer instance. So the connection is going from agent to ServiceNow. This prevents you from having to poke holes into your firewall because it's actually an internal resource that's making an outbound request to the internet, right? So you don't need to open up the ports in order to make that communication actually happen. Now, it looks like just in a matter of a minute, they were able to create us a new instance. And so I'm given my username, I'm given my admin password, and the instance URL. Let's go ahead and just open that up here. I'm going to copy this to my clipboard. Now, one thing I'll point out, I've built ServiceNow environments. Do you know what licenses we need with ServiceNow to do today's task? No, I can tell you that you're not going to need any licenses for your developer environment. It's going to have almost all the functionality as like a fully licensed instance of ServiceNow. I do not understand licensing inside of ServiceNow. I don't work for them, so I don't know like how they do their licensing. But the developer environment has almost all of the functionality. The one thing that they don't have, and it's such a bummer, in a developer environment, like they've got this thing called the App Engine Studio. And what this allows you to do is just like it says, build applications with like very minimal amount of coding, or if any at all. And then you can publish your applications to be consumed. You can absolutely build applications through the App Engine Studio using a developer account. You will not be able to publish them. So you will get to the very last stage and you'll be like, all right, I'm ready to install and use this application. And it's like, well, hold on so fast. You can't do that. So I get it. I understand why they don't allow that, but it is kind of a bummer. But for today's demonstration, again, the developer environment, we're not going to have to worry about any kind of licensing. So sorry I don't have the exact answer, but hopefully you should have like a warm, comfortable blanket of knowledge knowing that you don't need to worry about licensing for today. So I'm going to keep, like every time I load this ServiceNow dashboard, it's going to present me with this. But again, because we cannot actually do the publishing, I'm never going to click on this let's go. First thing I need to do is change my password because it was wide open there for everyone to see. Let's see how I do that. Maybe under admin. Let's see, password. No worries. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's a good question, man. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Change password. And this was my... Oh, I hope this is right. Put that password in. And yeah, sure. We'll use this. Oh, maybe we won't use that. Let me just type something else in here. One special character. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know if that actually went through. Oh, okay. It says the transaction. Okay. Password is successful. So now you guys won't be able to jump into my instance and start sabotaging me. What I also want to do is I want to create a new user because this admin user, I like to leave that kind of alone. And I just like to create stuff under my own user account. It also it's easier for me to log in as my particular user. So let's go and you'll note that I'm using this drop down menu. Everything inside of ServiceNow is presented here from this drop down menu. Let's just kind of collapse this and look around and see what we got going on here. Let's go ahead and say we're going to pin this all menu. And then we can kind of scroll down here to take a look at all of the available options. The ones that we're going to be spending time in today is going to be, oh, Docker, that's kind of cool. Let's just go ahead and search. I want to look for, I think the word is service catalog. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and click the star on this one. I want the service catalog. I also need a catalog item, which may just not be a dedicated resource. It might just be something that we access from the service catalog. I also need workflow editor. I'm going to star that one. And I also want to look at REST API. And I think it's this one. Let's go ahead and let's star it, but let's take a peek at it. Yeah, I think this is it. It might not be though. I don't remember it being REST API brokers. It's not the Explorer, but if you are interested in tying or automating ServiceNow itself, you can use the ServiceNow REST API Explorer and say like, hey, I want to create let's look at the incidents API. Maybe they call it something else. God, what do they call it? No, table. It is the table API. And within the latest, and so you can see like, hey, if I'm going to create an incident, if I'm going to create a table, let's see. It's interesting. It looks like all of my transactions are taking long. Let me share with you my brief knowledge. Let's just search for incident here. And this is more like, so if I wanted to automate like the creation of tickets, or maybe I wanted to automate updating tickets, let's say like a problem is happening in my environment, I can have an automated workflow that would identify that problem and then update something inside of ServiceNow, like an incident or maybe a request. So the REST API Explorer is going to help you perform that. Let's see, from what I know about the ServiceNow architecture, I believe everything is just like, ServiceNow is just a huge database, and it's just front-ended with a JavaScript application. I believe it's still written in Angular, but I might be wrong on that. But it's basically what we're looking at. It's a huge database that's front-ended with a web app, and that's from what I know. I'm sure there's a bunch of other parts of the architecture, but for the most part, that's what we need to concern ourselves for. Let me type in message. REST message. Okay. So REST message is what we're going to want. Let's go ahead and look at that. Yeah. So a REST message, let's kind of tie these three things in. The favorites here, these are the things that we've starred. I'm going to go ahead and unpin this. Oh, where'd it go? Favorites. All right. So the service catalog is where we're going to build like our user forms, like hey, create a security policy or upgrade this firewall or something like that. We're going to do all of that in the service catalog. A service catalog item will then have a workflow associated with it, which will say something like, hey, whenever the user clicks the submit button, take all the fields inside of the form and then send to a REST API call. So the workflow editor is really kind of like the connectivity between the different elements inside of ServiceNow. We have the forms in the self-service catalog. The workflow will take the result of that form submission and do whatever it is that we want with it. In our case, we're going to have it send a REST API call to something inside of our environment that will be able to take in all the data from the form and then perform the task necessary. Now, in my case, I'm going to also be using, do I have, let's see. I think we set up, yeah. So we have a ServiceNow instance here. I'm sorry, an Ansible AWX environment. So what we'll do, oh, good. So we already got some goodies already here for us. So the Ansible AWX is the graphical user interface for Ansible. And we stood it up a couple of weeks ago. And we just did, I think, with some very bare minimum, like look, we provisioned a virtual machine on Proxmox. That was cool. We tested the execution environment. We're going to use this as the recipient of that API request. Like, so whenever, again, the workflow will take in the request, push it to an API, the API will be our Ansible AWX. And then AWX will ingest all of the form data and then perform the task to us. So should be good. All right. So that being said, let's go ahead and get started. It's been a while. It's been a long while since I've stood up one of these environments. And it's going to be, from what I remember, a little bit like, it's going to be a lot of like feeling our way around in order to be successful. I'm going to start here with the service catalog. And let's see if we can't. So this is the default service catalog. This isn't really what I'm looking for. So let's search in here again. Catalog, catalogs, catalog builder. Maybe this is what we're looking for. I'm going to star this one. And I'm also going to star this one. I'm just going to star a bunch of stuff and then we'll figure out if one of them is correct. My catalogs, my categories. I think this is where it's actually start here. My catalogs. No records to display. Let's create a new catalog. All right, we're going to call this security automation. The manager is, oh, I'd never created another user like I promised. Let's go ahead and do that before we get carried away. Let's create another user. And there we go. Yep. All right, my username is going to be office hours. And my first name is office. My last name is hours. And department, I don't know. What do we say? What do we got? Yeah, I'm in the development team. Sure. Email. Let's go ahead and add panofficehours@me.com. Speak English. That looks good. Oh, we got to add a photo. We got to add a photo or else it's all for naught. Let's go ahead and save that. It will be a photo of something on fire, a firewall. There you go. That's what I look like. It's good enough. We'll set the password here. Password will be... Oh, they're going to make me generate it? That's... I guess that's okay. I'm not going to remember that, but we'll hit save. And something you'll notice here, if you're working in a developer environment, obviously we're using the service for free. That's good because we don't need a credit card. We don't need to worry about licensing. It's also bad because we're like, as far as priority, we're like the bottom of the food chain here. So what you'll see sometimes, and we've already seen it a couple of times, whenever you send a request, like in this case, I clicked on save password, it takes a while. It takes a while for it to go through. And sometimes you'll get like a message and it'll say like the, oh, maybe it's done. I don't know. It says that it's saved. Let's go ahead and close that out. But just so you know, you might expect that. I'm just going to paste in my password in this text file for now. And I also need to add some permissions. So what I do under the roles is I search for the word admin. This is not scientific, by the way. This is not scientific whatsoever. But I add myself to anything that's called admin just so I don't have to worry about the permissions. And it looks like I got quite a bit just by typing in admin. It looks like it added me to all kinds of things. So what we'll do is we'll switch over. I'm going to click on my little default user here and say impersonate user. And we're going to call in office hours. There we go. That's us. And impersonate user. So that's kind of nice. Now we're going to see everything as if I was directly logged into that firewall user here, or the office hours user. This is important, really just like if you want to start building your own dashboards and your own workspaces, it's much better to do that as a user than the system administrator that's kind of built in there. All right. Oh, looks like we're going to have to search for everything again. Okay, so catalog. It was not that one. It's not that one. I think it was catalogs or catalog, or it was this one. Yeah, let's start here with catalog builder. I don't think I've ever used this before. Okay. Hello, office. Welcome to Catalog Builder. Okay, it looks like we've got some example catalogs here. That's cool. Start creating your new template. Create a new catalog item using one of our existing templates. All right, let's see what you got. Let's look at what it takes to create an item. The template, the details, the location. I think location is going to mean like where within ServiceNow is this catalog nested. Questions, settings, access, fulfillment, and submit. All right, so here we go. This is a record producer template for AES. Standard items and service catalog. I think this is probably what we're going to go. Or let's do this. For general purpose help items and service catalog. All right, let's go with that. This might, by the way, completely be way off and we'll have to kind of start over, but I think it's worth just testing out new things. Okay. When do you need this? I think this is a catalog. Yeah, this is a catalog item. This isn't really what I'm looking for. I need a catalog itself, not a catalog item. So I probably shouldn't have selected that one then. Catalog items and catalog item templates. All right, these aren't the droids we're looking for. We're gonna back out. Sorry. Let's come back into here and start looking at our favorites. So service catalogs. Yeah, that's the default thing. Don't care about that. That's also a default thing. Yeah, let's come back here to manager is office hours or edit. And let's create one called security automation. I'm going to say all network security automation tasks begin here. Background color is fine. Desktop image, again, we're just going to upload just some firewalls images just so that we have some placeholders. We'll make it look prettier later. Catalog homepage and continue shopping. Not really sure what they're talking about. All right. Now here's something you need to know. Inside of ServiceNow, there's this top menu item. Anytime you're creating like a database record, you'll have this top kind of like a looks like it's color gray, but you'll have a menu here, and the hamburger menu is related to the data that you're entering on the screen. And I just point this out because like if I click update right now, I'll be redirected to a different part within the interface because they're thinking that we're done, which we're not. But if you wanted to save it and stay on the same page, then just click on the hamburger and say save. There we go. All right, so catalog items, categories, catalog portal pages. Okay, so let's start with a category. And we're going to call this security policy. So anything related to security policy, actually we'll just call this configuration. So anything related to config, like address objects, security policy rules, those types of things, we'll just stuff it into here. And again, I'm just gonna, we have 3 different places to put icons, and I never know which one's which. So let's go ahead and add one image here. Click save. There we go. And we'll do the same for header icon, but we'll pick a different image. It doesn't seem like it's important, but it's just, for me it is, because I need to know kind of which icon does which. Is the desktop image rendered, or is it the header icon? It's a small thing really, but now that I've got a category, I want to go ahead and start adding some catalog items underneath the category, which is underneath the catalog itself. You'll see how these things are just kind of nested underneath each other. Let's see. Catalogs, this is going to go under security automation. This is a config, and this one's going to be for security policy self-service. So basically we're going to create a form where people can request firewall policy changes, and we'll give that. Policy request will begin here. And again, we're just going to save within the catalog. Once we hit that save button, we should have new options available for us. Yeah, we do. So this security policy self-service, this catalog item is going to be our form. It is underneath the category of configuration, which follows underneath the catalog of security automation. So if I had to, which I will, kind of draw this out for us. Let's kind of delete all of what we got here. The way that this is structured is that we've got a catalog. Underneath the catalog, am I spelling that right? I'm not. Can I delete this? 1, 2, there we go. Thought I was in another country for a second. All right, so underneath the catalog, we have separate categories. All right, and our first category is going to be focused around config. So config. Underneath the category, we're going to have our catalog items. Now, the very first one that we're creating here is for security policy. Now, you might have other catalog categories. Maybe one for operational. Maybe you want to pull data out for audits or assessments or blah, blah, blah. But what I like to do is I try to create some type of hierarchical thing that makes sense for me. Obviously, you're going to do what makes sense for you. At least I hope you do. God forbid that you don't. All right, and so what we're looking at here is the security policy self-service, which is my catalog item. All right, let's go ahead and let's create some variables here. We're gonna have a variable called, click the new button. Speed and intensity. Two things that ServiceNow is not really known for. There we go. Okay, so this is our first variable. The question is, what will be the name of this security policy? So that's what we're going to present to the user. Now the next, the name, that's the name of the variable, and so we'll call this secpol name. And tooltips and examples, these are just to help the user understand what it is we're asking for them, maybe provide some additional context. I want to make this a mandatory field. And I want this, the order, we're going to be playing a lot with the order because that kind of determines how things are structured inside of the form. I'm just going to set the order at 100. And annotation, again, we can add more help. Type specification, we can do client-side validation, which is super important for really any kind of automation task. You want to make sure that whatever the user enters is valid. Like if we're doing an IPv4 address, we want to make sure that it's a number 0 through 255 in each part of the IP address, that there's no letters inside of there. You know, this type of validation within the form will make sure that the user doesn't submit bad data, which is awesome. We can do default values, which is fine. Don't care about permissions, don't care about availability. It's a good enough start. Let's also create another variable. And this one will be called, this one will sit at the 200 layer. It will also be mandatory. And what is the source zone for the policy? Now here's an interesting thing, right? So let's say src _ zone. We have the opportunity here to not, yeah, let's change this. Right now, it's expecting the user to type in the name of, in our case, the security policy. Did you say client-side validation? Sorry, I missed it. I did say client-side validation. And we'll take a look at that right now. Let's revisit that. I'm gonna save this record. But under type specification, we have the ability of doing validation regular expressions Let's see, value specified to this type. You can create your own validation regular expression. Let's see, they give you some documentation on how to do this. Sequence of characters. So yeah, if you want to, you can create your own client-side validation, which in theory will prevent users from entering bad data. Now, I also want to prevent users from entering bad data as much as possible. And sometimes the right answer of doing that is not through a text input. Sometimes we can just present a multiple choice. So let's do that. I think it's going to be a select box is what we're looking for. All right, so we've said, so this will now be like a drop-down menu. Just like this is a drop-down menu, that's what a select box is. And so we're gonna do the same thing. I'm hoping within a company's security configuration that they've kind of standardized on maybe like as many as 5 zones, not too much more than that. So let's go ahead and start knocking some of these out. This zone will be called WAN, and it'll be equal to WAN. And the order of this doesn't matter so much. We'll create another one called LAN, and the value will be LAN. The value in this case is what will ultimately, when the user selects one of these drop-down items, the value will be ultimately what's put into the REST API call and pushed to our whatever's listening for it. All right, we'll also do DMZ, and we'll make this 300, and let's just start with those 3 zones. Now, obviously, if we have a drop-down menu, a select box, if you will, we don't really need to worry about type specification. We don't need to do any kind of client-side validation because we're effectively we're restricting them to select one of these 3 zones. And we'll hit update here. And let's just go ahead and try it. Let's see what this looks like so far. All right, so this would be the form that a user would be presented with. So they would type in the name, like Sesame Street will be the name of their firewall policy. And then the drop-down menu, this is the select box option. So already we're kind of seeing the scaffolding kind of take place here. Again, we're in the security automation catalog under the category of configuration, and we have a catalog item called security policy self-service. All right, so this is a good start. Let's go back and edit our form because I need to take us in a different direction now. Let's go ahead and click on more options and configure item. What I need to do is I need to now attach this request to a workflow. Now the workflow doesn't exist just yet, but the way that we do that is under the catalog item, under the process engine, we have some options as far as what we can go ahead and initiate here. If we do a lookup, it'll say these are the current workflows, and that's fine. I don't want to select any of those though. So what I want to do instead is I want to create my own. So under favorites, let's start kind of knocking these out. This was not important for us. It's not that one. I think these 3 are the important ones for the catalog item. Let's go back up into our search bar and look for that workflow again. There we go. Now, the workflow editor will open as a separate tab. It's like a separate web application. And here are some of the defaults that come right out of the gate. So there are 61 defaults. Let's look and see if any of these kind of resemble what we're looking for. This is a change request. I don't think that's really what we're looking for. Service task provision processing. That might be something good. Let's start there. Let's look at service task processing. Oh, okay. This is actually not too bad. It's a little bit heavier than I want, but I think as far as the conversation, I think this does a pretty good job of kind of showing what we're talking about with workflow editor. The idea is that we'll attach our catalog item to a workflow, and then the workflow will initiate whenever the catalog item is kicked off. In this case, it looks like it's running a couple scripts locally inside of ServiceNow. One called populate scratchpad, have no idea what that is. Assign to user and group, that's interesting. Maybe we can assign a request to a specific team. Submit notifications. If the request has approvals, then start up here. If it does not have the approvals, wait for this condition. And okay, this is good. I think we can actually hijack this. We're going to make this work for us. Let's take a look at the populate. Oh, let's just go ahead and copy. And we'll call this security policy. Now, the thing about the workflows is that they're kind of like a firewall in the idea that there's a running configuration and a candidate configuration. So if I wanted to make changes to this security policy workflow, I need to check it out. I need to basically check out the candidate configuration where we can start making changes. And then once we're done, we publish those changes, which would then effectively push our changes into production. The first thing let's do, let's come back over to our catalog item and let's go ahead and tie this to it. Let's see. Let's search for security policy. And I don't see it listed here. Have we published this yet? We may not have. Let's go ahead and publish. There we go. And let's do that lookup again. Security. I still don't see it listed here. We'll have to figure out why, what's going on. That should, I think it's that form. I'm like 98% positive that it's this form. But if we've seen anything on this stream, we've seen that I'm wrong most of the time. Maybe I am wrong because honestly, it should be like, how many workflows? Should be all of these should be available. And I don't see those listed here. Maybe it's under flow. That's not it. All right. Let's go ahead and build out our workflow, and then we'll come back over here to tie these two together. Maybe it's execution plan. Nope. All right. I'm going to get lost here. Let's go ahead and close that out. So let's check out what's going on up here. Oh, by the way, all of this, I mentioned it lightly, but the ServiceNow platform, again, web application, I think it uses an Oracle database. That's not important. What is important is that it's built in JavaScript. So if you want to do anything, you're going to need to kind of roll up your JavaScript skills. That's going to be a key component here. This doesn't look like anything that I need. So I'm going to just go ahead and remove this guy. Oh, I can't make changes because it's currently published. So let's check that out. And let's start by deleting that node. Okay. Let's look at this script. Assign user and group. Okay, so if current assignment group, don't need this either. We'll just go ahead and close that out. Submit notifications. Okay, don't need that either. We're just gonna go ahead and cut these out. I want an approval step though. So you'll note that like I can right click on the line and insert a core activity. And we'll say, let's go ahead and create an approval for a user. And that user needs to be, we'll call this Calvin approves. I love it. Don't need a stage. Choose field, activity, approval. Oh, no, I don't need that. The approvers is me. So office hours. Yeah, that looks good. All right. So again, right clicking on side of the arrows inside of the workflow editor is going to enable you to, come on mouse. It's going to enable you to add and remove stuff. So there we go. Got a step. Approval requested. All right, this is starting to get a little bananas here. Let's cut out some of these things. Probably should have just started from a clean slate because this is already gotten nasty. Bunch of different approvers, don't really care about that. We just want to pass it basically to the REST API. So we'll close that and checked. All right. So if the thing has its approvals, actually, we'll go ahead and cut that out as well. All right, so we've got nothing for rejected. Let's go ahead and move rejected down to end. So if Calvin does not approve of this, then we will just go ahead and punt it to the end. We won't do anything other than that. As you can tell, if you drag your mouse around, it's gonna cause problems inside of the UI. Let's move this item, please. All right. Okay, so that's good heavens. That's good enough. All right, let's add another core activity. Now, what's interesting is that they have something here called REST message, and you would think that this would be the right thing to do. From what I have seen, this is not the right way to do things. What I've seen, and maybe things have gotten better. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to explore that. But for now, we're going to add a different core activity, and it's going to be called run script. And this is going to say send form data to Ansible AWX. And this is where we're going to need to script out our effect of our workflow, where we say grab all the variables from the form and then make this API call. Use this REST message and pass the data into it. Go ahead and click submit. And looks good from there. And we'll just go ahead and publish this. So very, very basic workflow. It will start whenever a user submits a request. If it is rejected, it will end immediately. If the request is approved, then we'll grab all the form data and then we'll send it over to Ansible AWX. And then we'll send notifications that it was closed. All right, that's good enough. I guess what we would call this was like a pseudo workflow. There's still a lot that needs to be coded, but we'll get to that point. Okay, let's come back into our catalog, our catalog item, and let's figure out why I cannot add my workflow. I think it's because of this. I think the execution plan's the thing that's kind of blocking the kick. No, that wasn't it. Execution plan. Some of these things I've not used in the past, so I'm not really familiar with it. Workflow for text. So we've only got 9 listed here. Refresh list. How do we get the feedback from the run script node? What if our code failed or had an undesirable result? That's a good question. So the way that I've got this currently set up, we wouldn't. There would be no type of, I guess we would call it like a closed loop messaging system, because the task itself, the way that we currently have this workflow is that as soon as the form is sent over to Ansible, as soon as that API call is made, good or bad, we get a notification that it's closed and then we close it out, right? So we obviously need to improve that. A really quick and dirty way of doing it would be to have within our Ansible job, like the very last task within our Ansible playbook would be to update the status inside of ServiceNow. So it's not that when the API call is made, that ServiceNow is waiting and listening to the results happening inside of the Ansible environment, because that's impossible. It's rather that Ansible will send a message, send some kind of update message back into ServiceNow to say, here was the status, here's the things that changed, here's the things that did not change. And so that's where I'm thinking that we'll take this. But for now, not too sure. I'm also not too sure why we're getting blocked here. Approvals, workflows. Maybe I've got this in the wrong category. I don't think so. Show the properties. Security policy. It's under. Is it under the wrong table? I don't feel like it. I feel like we should be able to select this right here. But I'm not getting those vibes. I'm not seeing it. What's under flow? What are these options? No. Under execution plan. Default delivery plan. All right, let's just go ahead and save that. Wonder if there is some kind of, no, it doesn't look like there's a filter. All right, this will be the first Google of the day. It will not be the last. We will say ServiceNow workflow not showing up. And yeah, I'm thinking you're right. I think this is a user permission issue. I would just like some type of validation. Don't make me sign up. Look, I'm already logged in. Don't. It's the absolute worst experience when you have to log in to a community. You have to create a community account just to read an answer. Active and published workflows. Oh, God bless America. Is there a way to look at cache? Let's look at the... I will do anything to avoid signing up for an account. Cached. All right. Okay. This was recent. This was a few months ago. Call workflow. Yes, as you trigger catalog items. That's... Your trigger is service catalog. The all won't be visible, so you need to build these workflows as a sub workflow. Let's test the theory that this is permissions, and I'm going to drop out of the impersonation mode. And let's revisit that catalog as the admin. Service catalog items. All active equals true. No, this is just the actual request. My catalog. We need to change the user now to say all. There we go. Security automation. And catalog items. There we go. And workflow. Nope. Still only have 9. There Should be like 60 or something like that, if I remember correctly. Yes, as your trigger is service catalog, all of the service catalog request item workflows won't be visible. Okay. I think I may have stored this in the wrong place. We shouldn't have started with that service catalog. Table is going to be service catalog entry. Let's try that. We're going to call this test and submit and publish. Does that magically show up as a new workflow over here? It does not. Well, didn't expect to run into this hurdle so quickly. Let's look in the catalog builder. So the catalog builder is a fairly recent addition. It's basically another user interface that lets us create these things. Let's look into catalog builder. We can hide some things, like I don't need an add to cart. Don't need quantity. I don't need any of that stuff. Available for. Which user can access this? Let's say any user. And not available for, no, we don't want to do that. Fulfillment method. This item has an execution plan that cannot be configured. Oh, well, I mean, that's the only reason we were using this thing. All right, go ahead and submit. The only thing that we just did was basically use a different user interface, and it's just going to manipulate our form a little bit. You can see the state is currently set to publishing. I was hoping to be able to tie it to a workflow there, but it's not really working for me. Let's come back over here. Workflow. Should select the table as requested item. Okay, let's try that. Is this... That's the bad thing about using the catalog builder, is that the publish time takes forever for some reason. Let's look at properties. Oh, I'm going to need to... Catalog request item. Which one was it? I think it's this one. Requested item. Oh, they're not going to let me edit it because it's published. Published equals true. All right, let's update our security policy. Got to check it out. And under properties, let's change service task to instead be source request item, which is this. And update. Try new button from workflow. Drop down to see what fields are getting populated. Okay. We'll do this as soon as we try this real quick. Okay, let me refresh. Reload form. Okay. Workflow. There we go. Okay, so that was it. It now shows up as a part of it. So the problem was, and I guess you could kind of say that this was a permissions issue, not like in the user permissions issue, but the security policy workflow existed in the wrong namespace. It needed to be within a table called requested item or service catalog underscore rec underscore item. As you can see, if everything's not really kind of set up right, then things are going to break and it's going to be a bad situation for everybody. All right, so that's good. Let's now create our REST API message that we're going to send over into Ansible AWX. There's going to be a lot of time spent on this REST message part, that's for sure. All right, let's go back to the impersonate our user. And let's add a new filter or a new search query. REST message is what we're looking for. And there's a couple examples that are already here, which is nice. Here's one for Firebase cloud messaging. So basically, you'll create a REST message, you'll give it a name, description. The endpoint will be what API that you're sending this data to. Like what's the URL of it? Authentication for us is going to be, I think we're going to use a basic token. The HTTP request. So if we want to update any headers, these two fields encompass all methods of your REST message. So you can have like a post, you can have a get, you can have a put, a delete, but the actual HTTP method section, that's where we do things like we construct a body, we pass variables into the form, which ultimately get pushed to the endpoint. So let's go ahead and start off by creating a new message. We're going to call this Ansible test, and it's available, and say this is a test of the public broadcasting system. The endpoint will be, where's our server here? Right there. Oh, I think it's /API v2. Yeah, there we go. All right, so this will be our endpoint for now, because we can just do a get on it without being authenticated, and we should be able to test connectivity at least. It's going to be, this is the endpoint, no authentication, no additional headers, although let's go ahead and say, let's add a couple. So content type will be of application JSON, and yeah, I think that's it. That's all we need. Go ahead and hit submit. All right, so we've added the API endpoint, but this URL is not public accessible. So now we're gonna have to roll up our sleeves and get to that agent that's gonna be able to listen for this request. Let me see, where do I do that? Under the default get, we have an option under HTTP request. So under the actual methods of your REST message, we have this option here called use mid server. Let's hover over it. Let's see what it says. Doesn't say anything. I thought it said something. Okay. The mid server that sends this HTTP request, it kind of disappeared quickly. But the idea is that we're going to have some kind of agent running inside of our environment that's going to be able to receive requests from ServiceNow, from our ServiceNow instance, and then be able to act as a proxy, as a relay, whatever you want to call it. That's what we need to get set up. Now, for us, we're going to need to set up a new server. So let's go ahead and knock this out. PVE01. Oh, just kidding. That server's offline. PVE02. Root. There we go. And let's look on PVE server 2. Looks like we got a couple things going already. So does server 3. Server 4's just got one thing, and server 5's got something that's not doing anything. So I think we'll use this server. Let me start off by clearing the screen, and let's kind of up this a little bit. There we go. Sudo hostname CTL. So we're going to set a new hostname for our Linux server. We're going to call it Houston Mid 01. This will be our mid server. How ServiceNow mid server connects to SaaS ServiceNow? Do they have a VPN connection? No. It is not over VPN. What it does is the mid server is going to have like a config file with all of your information about your instance, like the URL, username, password, that type of stuff. So it's going to have a config file. It's going to use that config file to load the service, which will then, this mid server will open a TLS connection. So it'll have an active HTTPS connection to ServiceNow. And so this is let's see if we can't etch and sketch this again. That's fine. We'll change colors. All right. So we've got ServiceNow. I'm going to use the acronym SNOW, although I think the ServiceNow people don't like it when I do that. We got ServiceNow, and yeah, this is a total pain in the SaaS, right? So we got a SaaS solution, public internet. Oh, look at that cloud. It's getting worse. And then firewall. And then, let's see, down here somewhere, we'll have the mid server. So once we get all of the configuration parameters for our ServiceNow instance, we're going to pass them into this mid server, which will then, let me kind of change the color up. Let's go to, let's look at like yellow. That should stick out. It should be terrible for the eyes. But what's going to happen is that the mid server is going to open a TLS connection. And it's gonna like maintain that session, right? TCP itself does not have a timeout value associated with it. So that connection is just gonna stay open the entire time. Of course, if like, you know, something breaks the state within the firewall or some kind of physical reaction, obviously the TLS connection will be broken, but it will be reinitiated. But it's important just to like kind of, again, re-emphasize here that the communication starts with the mid server and ends at ServiceNow, not the other way around. If it was the other way around, we'd have to open up a hole in our firewall. And that's just like the worst case scenario. So this is what it's going to look like, TLS, and it's just going to maintain that connection. And that's effectively what we got to build here. So the connection is over TLS. So as long as TLS is safe, which it is, or else the internet would have been broken by now. As long as TLS is safe, then we don't really have anything to worry about. And interestingly enough, let's throw this behind Apollo firewall and let's see if we can see the application ID used by it. That would be fun. All right. So hopefully that explains the connection. Sudo vim etc host, and we're going to call this mid 01. Oops, escape. And IP address, this is currently in the guest VLAN. Let's change this to be sudo vim etc netplan. Let's change the IP address. Oh, it's in DHCP. DHCP should be fine, actually, because we set up DHCP in our last session. So all I really need to do is let's sudo init 0. I'm going to shut the server down. Not because I'm changing its network. I'm shutting it down because we changed its host name. And for those things to take place with all certainty, we should reboot our machine. I'm gonna change the VLAN tag to be, I think it's 911. I think that's my DMZ. Let's check out, yeah, 911. Let's also make sure VLAN 911. Oh, let's rename our VM too while we're at it. Call this under options, HOU mid 01. There we go. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. Appreciate the heads up. Okay. Basically what I did is I renamed my server. I powered it off and I changed the VLAN tag. And I think we're gonna, yeah, I think we'll, oh, we just need to make sure that that network exists on my current host. So we're gonna look at the network. And it does not look like VLAN 911 exists. So let's create an internal port. I would call this Houston DMZ. And the VLAN tag will be 911. And it'll be a part of bridge 1. Oh, it doesn't like my name. Maybe it's got to be all underscore. There we go. Okay. And let's apply the config. Okay, now Houston DMZ exists, and it is a part of this bridge interface. It should be listed here. Yep, it's listed here. So now I can fire this VM back up, and it should be ready to go. Now there's a couple of ways of getting the mid server installed. I think my favorite way is through the Docker command, because I believe the mid server is Java based, and I don't like messing with Java. Let's just log in to make sure that I've gotten an IP address. Yeah, so I got an IP address from our DHCP. I should be able to ping the internet, right? Yeah. Let's do an NS lookup for ServiceNow.com. Okay, good. So tested internet connectivity, tested DNS resolution, also tested DHCP at the same time. Do we have Docker already installed? We do not. All right, we'll have to install Docker, but that's not going to be a big issue. Let's go ahead and Ubuntu Docker install. And there we go. I don't need to uninstall old versions. So we're just going to start off right here. Do an update. Actually, let's SSH into that server. Clear the screen. 192.168.11.113. Good guess. All right. Let's kind of pump this up a little bit. All right. So standard Docker install for Ubuntu is really cut and dry. It will require that we log out of the server and log back in to update our permissions, but it shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. It's kind of reject cookies. Now, it's important that you know that like they list all these instructions, but you don't always need all these instructions. So only take what you need. So this is the first step. Installing some basic packages. That's interesting. I don't remember seeing that step. Okay. I get the feeling like it's harder and harder to install Docker as they go on. I know it's like really hard to install now for Red Hat based systems because Red Hat wants you to use their alternative called Podman. But sometimes when I reread these instructions, it's like you guys have added new stuff. Okay, we're not receiving a GPG error, so we can skip through that. There we go. Copy and paste. So similar to some of the package installations we've done in the past, we just need to update some of the sources inside of our Linux distribution to say, hey, I want you to look in these other places for packages. Once we do that, we need to update our references, and then we can run the command. Now you'll note that the command they have you running this kind of hello world as super user with sudo privileges. We do not want to run Docker as sudo. So what we need to do is we need to add ourselves to the Docker group, and this is what requires us to log out and log back in. But you wouldn't know that, like looking at these instructions. You need to go all the way to another page called post installation steps, and then run these two commands right here. So this first one, I think there's a group already created. Yeah. So they're telling us the Docker group is already exist. And this command will add our current user to the Docker group. So we're asking for elevated privileges because we're manipulating group assignments. We're making a user modification. We're adding a group where the group name is Docker, and we're adding it to our local user. So that's what the $user is. Now, if I ran Docker, just said Docker PS, I'm going to get a permissions issue. Although I'm technically a part of the group, I haven't been a part of the group since I started my shell session. So if I type in group, for instance, or groups, let's clear the screen. If I type in groups, all right, that was difficult. If I type in groups, I can see all the user groups that I'm associated to. As you can see, Docker is not one of them. So let's log out and log back in. This is where your permissions are applied. If I run groups, oh my goodness, groups, I can see Docker has now been added to the list of groups. So I should be able to run Docker commands like Docker PS, Docker images. So there we go. So now we have Docker successfully installed and our username has permissions to it. So we are off to the races here. We'll go ahead and close our installation section. We'll close our Proxmox for now. And let's come back to our ServiceNow instance and search for mid server installation instructions. Let's start there. All right. So I need to create a mid server user account. I need to download the installer file. I don't think that's the case. I think it'll be a Docker container. Install this, validate, test, and deploy. All right, that's fine. Why do we need Docker? Well, we don't need Docker. So here's the thing, like what we do need at the end of the day is we need the mid server to be installed on one of our servers. This mid server agent can run on either Windows or it can run on Linux. I like to have a dedicated server that just does this mid server functionality. So that's why I'm using that kind of vanilla Linux install. You can run the mid server without Docker, but you're going to have to install Java and several other dependencies. I like to avoid that. If I can, I like to consume Docker containers anywhere possible because it's just a nice little compartmentalized container image. And so I don't need to worry about installing all the other dependencies. So that's why I'm going down the Docker path. I figure, like, for me, everything is so much easier when you're working in containers because there is another layer of abstraction. You have to know how to work with Docker. That's totally a thing. But I find like once you just know how to do some basic Docker commands, then it's really all downhill from there. So let's go ahead and do that. First step was create a user for our mid server. So organization and users. And we're just going to call this, call it mid. Mid server. There we go. I don't care about this. Don't care about that. It is active. That's fine. The photo. Let's find a photo. What's like what's a machine? What's a how about HAL 9000? HAL 9000 will be our image for our mid server. HAL 9000. Well, it's all of these. Okay. So, yeah, that's good. Save image as. Oh, I don't want a WebP. I want it like an PNG or a JPEG or something. Let's try that again. WebP. That's not good. That looks terrible. I spend a lot of time on stuff that's honestly it's not really important, but it's just the way that my mind works. I obsess over aesthetics. And it's another WebP. I wonder if I can just do like a screenshot. What's the snipping tool? All right, and we'll just steal this image real quick. Start there and end there. That's how we're going to get around the WebP data format. And we're going to save this as HAL 9000. Okay. Now there's some groups that this mid server needs to be a part of. So let's figure out what those groups are. Under roles, select mid server. Okay, that's easy enough. Role, edit, and let's search for mid server. There we go. Easy peasy. So all the permissions are automatically correct. And anything else? Confirm. Make sure that we can log in. We haven't set the password yet, have we? Let's do that. Let me save this. And then we're going to set the password. The password, just go ahead and generate something and copy it. And we're going to paste this down here. So that can go away. I'm going to say username is HAL 9000. Password is this. Boy, that's a doozy. Can I wrap that in quotes? And I'm writing in YAML data format. And my developer instance URL is this. I know we're going to need that too. I think that there will be a config file auto-generated for us to download, but just in case, we'll just go ahead and store that there. And update. Okay. Let me try to log in now as that. Oh, I won't be able to log in because it's a mid-server role, so not going to do that. Let's go back to all and search for mid again. And let's look at the downloads. Linux downloads. So for Linux Docker recipe, follow the instructions set in this file. Oh, there we go. Let's download this image right here. Let's copy a link, and we'll come back over into our server here, and we'll just do like a wget on this link. And I wonder if that's got all of the goodies in there. I'm worried about it if it does, because I was able to pull down this zip file without logging in. And I don't want that to be available on the public internet. Let's look in here. So there's the zip file that we just downloaded, right? It's right there. Let's, is unzip installed by default? It's not. Install unzip. Oops. All right, let's unzip that file. mid blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Now we can change into that directory. Oh no, it unzipped it right in my local directory. That's not what I wanted. Let's create a new directory called snow, and let's move everything from this directory into the directory called snow. And it's going to tell us we can't move the directory snow into snow, and that's fine, but it's just a shortcut. It works. So, okay. Inside of this directory now, asset docker file mid.environment, mid secret properties. I don't care about documentation. Let's look at the mid.env. Okay. So yeah, so here's the I guess we would call it boilerplate for the information of connecting into our ServiceNow instance. What does mid secrets properties look like? Mid instance password and mid proxy password. Let's just try to update the mid.env with some basic information that we stored in a text file right here. There's the URL. Just in case, I like to wrap things in quotes, just because special characters can sometimes throw off these config files. Username is Hal9000. And the password is this. Okay. I think that, okay, so mid-server name. Let's call this HOU mid01. And I'm not going to be working through a proxy, so I don't need to worry about that. I'm not going to be using a certificate for authentication, so I don't need to worry about that. I'm worried about this secrets file. I don't remember ever creating a secrets file. I don't remember ever needing a secrets file. Let's look at the documentation and see. That doesn't tell me anything about secrets. Maybe let's under the configure. Mid-server selection capabilities. Don't care about any of that. Don't need a cluster. I wonder if the secrets is, I don't know. I'm just going to ignore it for now. We'll see if this can run. What else we got? Let's look at the Docker file. So cat Docker file. So this is the Docker file that is going to build our container. Let's see here. So it's based on Open Java Development Kit version 8, which I can tell is also based on a Ubuntu operating system because we got some package installation there. Mid installation URL, don't care about that. Some arguments, that's fine. We're copying the folder called asset and anything in it .zip. We're gonna, and as well as a download script, as well as a validate. So we're gonna copy some of our files from our local directory into the container at build. We're gonna change some user permissions so that our scripts can be executed. We're gonna print this to the screen. Then we download the installation zip. Then blah, blah, blah. Okay. Gonna validate this signature, unzip it. And then we start with another build image. That's interesting. So now we switch over to a CentOS based image, CentOS 7.9. Install some basic, some extended packages repository. Some basic CentOS packages, net utilities, blah, blah, blah. Clean up and then remove our temp folder. Okay. And then mid server name is mid. Right. Group ID, user ID. So this is for the actual container itself. And it's got some environment variables. So it looks like the environment variables that we filled in on that mid.env, it looks like it's creating them within the container image and setting them to nothing at the beginning. Here are some of the optional ones. Okay, so these are optional. These also came from that mid.env. Okay. Okay. All right. That sounds cool enough. And then it initiates the service. All right. That kind of makes sense of what's going on. It's interesting that they start with one container image with Java installed, and then they end up with a different image entirely. So that's really interesting. Let's see what's going on here. What are the other Docker instructions? What's the command that I need to run? I think the build process. Installer file. This task. Yes, yes, yes. Where is the copy link? Oh. Broken documentation, maybe? There we go. Okay. Let's download the recipe. Ah, there we go. To build the image, we just do a standard Docker tag. Let's see if they give an actual CLI command example. Oh, that's if I wanted to do that. Okay, we'll just do a build. I don't, do I need to? Yeah, I need to pass in the installation file and then the tag. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab that then. Oh, hold on. Grab top project. The default image tag is provided out of the box in the M file with Docker tag parameter. I don't remember seeing that. So there's the mid-env, but inside that file, maybe it's a hidden folder. Nope. Okay. I don't see that passed in there like it says it is. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong file. Where did my instructions go? Where did my instructions go? What happened here? Set to download. All right, let's run the build, but I'm kind of skeptical on this. Docker build. We're going to call this ServiceNow. And yeah, we'll just call that latest. Docker build. Oh, Docker. Empty continuation line found in environment URL. Oh, okay. I think that's, let me look in here. There was a step where we basically export all the contents of that file into our environment. Yeah. But it's not .env, it's .mids. No, that's not right either. In the env file, there is no env file. There's mid.env, but Docker tag is not listed in there. Well, it's definitely being built. Hmm. All right. I guess the question of the day will be whether or not our environment variables got passed into it. It looks like this build process is going to take about 6 minutes, which is the perfect amount of time to take your dogs outside, which is exactly what I'm going to do. We will be back. Talk to you guys in about 6 minutes. Right. We're back. Sorry for the extra couple of minutes required. Never said this before, but my wife is a falconer, and she has, we have hawks in several different rooms of our house. 2 hawks live in the living room. Normally, it's not an issue. But recently, one of our dogs has been getting a little adventurous and tries to just, you know, dogs are just disgusting creatures. I love them. But I have a dog that tries to steal, like, the casting, right? So, like, when hawks or birds of prey, when they eat food, you know, they cough up, you know, all the bones and crap. And we call that the casting. One of my dogs, one of my beloved dogs, is so disgusting that he goes over and he tries to eat these castings. And man, oh man, he got really, really close this time to getting caught by that hawk. The hawk is sitting on a perch that's just off the ground. Oh, let me see if I can pull this up. Let's see. Is there a good way of... living room. I don't think the angle is good. Scared the hell out of me though. There's nothing you can do. Let's see. The hawks run in. Oof. I gotta pull this up. I gotta find a way of getting this up. Let me see if I can log into Nest over here. It's just like it's gonna be a different account. I don't want to. Trying not to do this on my personal. Let's do this. Look, I love you guys. I think you're great. I'm not gonna let you enter. I'm not gonna let you watch me enter my password though. So stand by and look at this pretty art about the architecture that we build in. That's the wrong password. My wife is not gonna be happy. We honestly should be doing something a little bit better than what we've got to protect them. Let's see, what is that password? Oh, that's the wrong one. It's google.com. Oh. Blah, blah, blah. How do I look at my Nest cameras? You Nest camera. Sign in with the Googles. There we go. We're almost there. Okay. All right. Okay. So let me zoom in right here, and let's change the live camera back on. Okay, so I've got this hawk. He's sitting right here. His brother or his partner is out right now, so He's out hunting. But there's a hawk right here. You can barely tell. This is the outdoor patio that I was just on. We have like this, like just bare minimum of like providing a barrier between the outdoor and the hawk. But it's mostly because the hawk gets like freaked out if we're like coming in inside of the house a lot. So we try to put up like some kind of blind to prevent that. Now let's see what happens when I click play. There's the hawk. Now you're going to see 5 dogs running into the house. Oh no, this is live right now. Let me move back. Yeah. So there he goes. Look at that. Oh my God. Just like, oh, let's just get that one more time. Look at him just going for it. Almost getting hit. Oh my God. I don't even know what I would do. I got to be honest with you. Like, I've got no backup plan on this. If that dog got captured or by his talons, I'd be in a real bad state. But okay. Anyway, let's get back to something not so anxiety inducing. Let's get into this. This is something that I can control a little bit better. Let's just. Dogs are stupid. Oh my God, they're so dumb. They take after their father. Okay, looks like the container image was built. Let's see, user mid-server. What I want to know is how if my username and password got passed into the container image, and I don't believe it did. Like I have serious doubts that the file that we had edited, mid.env, got passed in the container. So here's what we'll do. Say Docker images. Wow, where is the... Well, there's the open JDK. That's the first one. That's the test that we downloaded. There's the CentOS based image. One of these things has got to be, let's go through the build process again. We'll say tag ServiceNow latest. All right, so let's see which one it is. Okay, so it's this image right here, ServiceNow latest. I'm just gonna fire this image up, and then we're just gonna look into the environment to see whether or not the goodies were passed. So Docker run ServiceNow latest Ben shell. Okay, mid proxy validating parameter name failed to update. Please verify the name parameter has been passed. Server instance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Nothing's. I'm pretty sure our goodies were not passed in here. Docker build argument, mid installation file. I honestly think that we need to pass the build argument like this. Don't make me, don't make me sit through that build process again. All right. Build arg. Docker, let's clear this screen. Docker build arg mid installation file is going to be mid.env, and then a local directory, and then the tag is going to be ServiceNow latest. Cannot stat. Nope. That is its name, right? Mid.env. Yeah. What was the... What I'm thinking needs to happen, I think we passed the environment file at runtime. Yeah. Yeah, we pass it at runtime. So great job on the documentation, ServiceNow. There we go. It's going to be this. You know, bad documentation just really just ruins my day. So we're going to pass in Docker run ServiceNow -- file equals mid.env. Please verify that name parameter has been supplied. And we've got mid server name. Is that what they're looking for though? Oh, they want me to actually name the service. So let's see if that's it. Docker run name. We're going to name this container instance ServiceNow. The env file is equal to mid.env. The container is ServiceNow latest. There we go. Running. Okay. Shutdown hook initiated. So something's not happy. Let's see what it is. Unexpected terminated mid server. Malformed instance. Okay, maybe the URL needs to strip out the fun stuff. So let's do that. Mid.env, and let's cut out these special things, and let's oh no, that is not right either. It servicenow.com. Let me try this again. Hold on. Work. Anytime after mountain time. Okay. Looks like I forgot to put in the .com. So let's run this again. Okay, it's unhappy because I already have an image running with that name. So I'm going to say docker stop ServiceNow and run this again. Oh, I also have to remove the ServiceNow container. ServiceNow. All right. Let's go. All right. Is it shutdown hook also entered? So what happened this time? It says it's still unhappy with our instance name. I wonder if I just need to pass in like literally the instance name and that's it. Tough to tell. It's been a while since I've done this. Vim mid.env. Let's cut out all of this garbanzo beans. And let's do it like that. I'm going to need to do a docker stop on ServiceNow and docker remove ServiceNow. Okay, keeps shutting down. What are we doing wrong? Doesn't like, maybe it doesn't like the double quotes. Man, it's a tough crowd out there. If it didn't like it for that, it's not gonna like it for this, and it's definitely gonna hate it for that. I get really nervous looking at that password though. Let's see. Wonder if it's me quoting my username and password that's giving it some heartache. Man, it's not happy with me. Hold on. 1 second. I got some work stuff. Okay. HTTPS .service-now.com. I like that. I was mentioning how much easier it is to work with Docker. Let's see. This looks promising. User not can be okay. So user cannot be authenticated or is missing proper roles. I bet it's the password. I'm looking at that file and it's just it looks terrible. That password's got to be wrong. I mean the password's right, but like the way that this is handling it, it's got to be wrong. So let's wrap it in quotes and try it again. User cannot be authenticated or is missing proper roles. Cannot authenticate user HAL 9000. Let's come back over here and make sure that is my username. It's under organization users. Type in mid. No, the username is yeah, it wasn't the double quotes. I'm entering the wrong username. This is what happens. I try to get clever and I update things. Like I uploaded the image of HAL 9000, but my password or my username is actually mid, and so I tripped myself up. Kill those containers. Let's go. Okay, yeah, well, let's try removing the double quotes again. Let's stop the containers. Mid.env. I just do not feel good about that. But we'll see what it comes back with. Okay. So we're getting a 401, which is definitely an authentication issue. User not authenticated. I believe the role is good, so I'm not going to blame that. I think it's the password. I think it's just that really wonky password they gave us. So let's do this. Let's, oh, they're not going to let me type in a password. They're just, man. Why? I wonder if I can impersonate the user and just generate a super simple password. Because I'm really, like, I'm not feeling good about this. I will try single quotes after this. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Like my the password like completely ruined the formatting of the file. Let's do it like that. Try single quote with the password. Yeah, good idea. All right. Let's see what's going on. Oh, wait a minute. I generated, but maybe I didn't save it. Ugh. What a mess. Let's hit save. Nope, 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 nope. Just paste, yeah, that's... All right. Let's try stripping that off. Come on, that just looks terrible. There's no way that's gonna work, right? There's no way it's gonna work. Yeah. Let's try passing it as a... Can I do it as an environmental? So -E, and we'll say... what is it? Mid... mid instance password. Okay, so shut down the containers. We'll run this again, but this time we'll pass in argument for this, just like this. Yeah, so it's not even like maybe I passed that in wrong. Let's try to do this instead. Can I get out of here? Get. Okay. So let's end the impersonation. Let's go back to my system administrator, and then I'm going to impersonate the user. There it is. Now can I set my own password, please? Profile. URL encoding. Thankfully I don't think with that I hope not. Change password. This is the current password, right? Paste. No, it's not. Current password is this. And we're gonna call this pan office hours. Oh, I need 8 characters at least, 1 lowercase, 1 upper, 1 digit, 1 special, no repeats. Okay, so we're gonna say pan office hours. I need 1 number and 1 special character. There we go. Terrible password. They say it's great. Oh, whatever. Sure, it's great. It's the best. Password request failed. Why? What's going on, man? Oh, man. Default self-service. Mid server, change password. Pan office hours, exclamation point 1. And it's going to copy this. Ah. Why won't you let me just type in a password? Oh, that's just... It's asking for problems, man. It's asking for problems. Copy. Save password. Ah, I hate it. I just hate it. Update. Let's look at this again. User ID is mid. The role is mid server, so the role is right. After stop, okay. So no containers. Mid.env. Trying to do everything in my power to prevent myself from having to go down the route of validating a URL encoding. It's like not, I mean, it's not a URL. We're not encoding, right? It's a string, which URL encoding is encoding into a string, but it's encoding a URL. We're not worried about that. Oh man, they're gonna make me break out of this container and just do it the hard way, aren't they? I don't think it's the container's issue. I think it's just the password that they're forcing me to use. Yeah. So. God bless America. All right. I'm done with this. I'm just not going to play around with this anymore. We're just going to do things the hard way. Thank you, ServiceNow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Frustrate the living hell out of me sometimes. All right, let's get back up into the mid server. Let's end the impersonation and jump back in as another user. All right, mid server. Yeah, installation. Oops, I meant downloads. And we'll download not the RPM. We'll download the deb. Right, let's copy this. And let's see if their install instructions are any better. Let's see. Oh, they don't have install instructions for that. Download the installer file for the host. This is for Windows. Signature. I don't care about the signature. I want to know about installation. wget. All right. How long is that going to take? It's another 5 minutes. But at least this one has a little wizard that's going to allow us to type in our stuff manually. Instance URL, mid server. While that's downloading, let's jump back into the server from another user account. 192.68. The drama of when things are supposed to be working and they're failing. Reset the password. No service processes found for the user selected. Okay. Oh, look at that. That's real cute. I got a little emoji going on in there. It's old school. Password saved successfully. Update, update. All right, everything should be good. This is the password that they gave me. Oops. Docker stop, ServiceNow. How are we doing up there? Okay. Docker run. Name is midserver. mfile equals mid.env. And it's ServiceNow. I wonder if there's something that I'm just missing back in the mid server config. Let's go to mid server and servers. Add a new, nope, that's not it. almost done. Although, I mean, if it really is a password, we're going to have the same problem. Unless the problem is that the password isn't being successfully passed into the container image. Let's do this Docker run, and I want to do bin shell instead. Docker ps psa Docker system prune. Right, Docker psa. All right, so let's run this command. I wanted to get into the shell. I didn't want it to run. Darn it, that's not gonna work. Let's see if I can't log into this URL with mid-server account. Oh, man. All right, so apparently it's not enough to create the username. You also have to try to log in, and that will force a password update. Exclamation point. Let's copy this. Oh, that's enough to just drive you up the wall. Sorry about that. Just some poor documentation, man. It looks like everyone is guilty of it. I'm sure in some ways my employer is guilty of it too. And let's Docker ps, Docker psa, Docker remove mid server. And let's take this off. Remember in our last session, like the documentation for, what was it? What did we say? We set up DHCP and with Kia and Stork. And Stork's documentation was enough to make you want to become like a personal chef and get out of the industry entirely. It was extremely frustrating. And it looks like we got that same situation going on here. So, all right, now we're successfully authenticated because, again, it's not enough to create the user account. You also have to try to log in, which would force a password reset. So here we are. It looks like it's going to work. What we'll do now, it's going to go and do a bunch of stuff in the background. Let's come back over into our instance. And there is a section here that's kind of like mid-server overview of some sort. Let's click on servers. Yeah, there we go. All right. There we have it. So Houston mid is painless. It's painless. Now we need to do a validation phase. I think we need to select it. No, there's a... We validate it by... validate right here. So click into the mid server. Once you see the status is up, the default validated phase is set to no. So log into the mid server, click on validate, and say yeah. And mid server is being validated. We see some goodies in the background taking place here. I'm assuming that's the validation phase. Set up basic auth. Yeah, it looks like we're good. Initializing mid server. All kinds of goodies happening. SNMP MIBs. Wow. Amazing. All right, I'm going to assume that it's done being validated. Yeah, looks like it's good. All right. Painless. Just painless. Let's go back to our REST message. The Ansible test now. Now when we come over into the get operation, I will select a mid server. And I've got only one to pick. And I'm not going to pass any parameters. Not going to pass a body. Let's just see if we get a response. So back into our method, I'm going to click on test. And the request failed, socket error. That tells me it's an issue with the mid server more than anything. I wonder if is DNS going to be an issue here? Should the container have the ability of reaching this by domain name? Dr. PS. Oh, I stopped it. Oh, heavens. All right, let's run this in the background. -D. There we go. Docker remove, or, yeah. Docker remove. No, it's not a remove. It's, let's do Docker start mid server, but I want to run it in the background. Docker start. Detach. No. It's Docker start mid server. Okay. Docker PS. Docker logs. And mid server. An active mid server with a duplicate name is detected. Well, it's not that it's duplicate, it's that this is it. Retry in 5 minutes. No, that's not cool. That's not cool. Mid server servers. I guess I have to delete it. I mean, it just doesn't seem intuitive. I've never had to do that before. Let's see. Invalidate the container. Delete the instance. Ugh. What a mess. All right. Let's run this container back. Docker restart mid server. Validate that. Why did it stop? Boy, it's a good thing that we did this ServiceNow thing as an aside for this session, because last stream was like 7 hours deep. We had no time to go through these shenanigans, that's for sure. Missing assigned. Healthy, healthy, healthy. Looks healthy. But I think we need to just like let it chill for a second. I think it's got some processes that it needs to do before I start handing out work assignments. But just in case, we'll come back over to the test runs. Log status monitor. And unknown host exception. All right, that's another way of saying DNS is at fault. Let me try to add a domain name as well. So we're going to say redtail.com. Okay. And never ask me again, please. Okay. So REST message. Ansible test. This is .redtail.com. Save it. And test. Unknown host again. All right, let's see if my systems host knows how to reach that IP. And it does. All right. Let's just hard code an IP address and be done with this. Let's go back here and paste this there. Hit update. That's fine. Let's also change this to an IP address. Save it. All right, let's try to run this now. Connection refused. HTTP port 30,080. If I click on this, I get this. API v2. I should be getting this. Should not be receiving a connection refused. By curl 3080. Connection reset by peer. I know what the problem is. The problem is the firewall is blocking port 30,080. I'm willing to suspect it's a mid server behind Paulo. Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think you are spot on. Let's see. 10.hou.aw virtual firewall 01. And also Panorama. HOU pan 01. Let's see if I can see this on the logs. But I'm pretty sure it's not happy that we're sending HTTP traffic over port 30,080. And if I don't have this blocked in my logs somewhere, let's see. Look at all the denies that have taken place on this guy. Yeah, so I'm blocking the quick protocol. That's fine. Yeah, I think the problem here is that the port 30,080 is not part of the default application for HTTP traffic. It's kind of mad at me. Let's log in to Panorama and let's push a policy to fix that. It would have been great if we could have used ServiceNow to push the policy to fix it, but we're just not there yet. Policies. Yep, so this is going to go to my headquarters. We're going to create a not a pre-rule, we're going to create a post rule. And we're going to call this permit AWX. And I'll port 30,080 over or HTTP traffic, and we will tag this with automation. No, don't have a tag for that. Infrastructure, maybe. Sure. The source is going to be my DMZ, and don't care about the that. The destination is let's just gonna say the destination 10.60.30.1 is on the WAN side. So destination zone is going to be WAN. What's the difference between pre and post rules? That's a good one. So the idea behind pre and post rules exist entirely within Panorama. So you won't see pre and post rules on a local firewall itself. The idea is that the pre rules will always be loaded before the post rules. And so some customers build their security posture around this idea where maybe explicit things get put on the pre-rules. Like for me, in my environment, I have my pre-rules are like allow SSH traffic, allow a DNS traffic, right? Things that should always, for me, be above any of the others. They're in my environment, they're like really fine-tuned, or they should be very specific, either on an application basis or on a host by host basis. Again, every customer's got different design criteria around this, but in my case, I'm permitting. No, I put all my things that I want at the top of my rule set in my pre-rules, and then everything else goes in my post rules. And so the inheritance model is kind of like pre-rules will always come first, and then if no matches, then arrive at the post rules. But on the firewall itself, if I look at the XML config, I believe it's actually like I believe it actually looks like I'm losing my train of thought. Sorry. Like everything is merged. I need to validate that though. Applications. I want to create an application. Oh, I don't want to create an application. Any application, but the service is what I want to create. It's going to be a new service called AWX. It's not going to be shared. It's going to be AWX running in Kubernetes on port 30,080. So 30080. No session timeout, no tag needed. Okay. So that's going to be it. And actions is going to permit. And log forwarding, we're going to send the logs to Panorama so that we can sniff them out and target this device group and permit AWX. Okay. Commit and push. We will see. We will see if this fixes the request issue. Kind of interesting. Like I wasn't expecting, like, if it really is this port 30,080, what's throwing me off right now is I don't feel like I should have gotten a connection reset. Like, a connection reset to me indicates that the can we do it with app ID? We cannot. We cannot. The port that it's running on is my port. Can we do it based on HTTP app ID? Yeah, I think you're onto something. I think we could. I'm still thrown off by this. Like, we shouldn't have received a reset unless it's the firewall that sent the reset. I'd be interested if it was. Can I just increase logging V, maybe? First of all, can I ping the thing? I can ping the thing. Can I SSH to the thing? I can SSH to the thing. Do I have nmap installed or nping? I do not. Oh, I do. Wow. All right. Sudo nping TCP port 30,080 HOU AWX OW1. So I get a receive. Is it? Did the commit already go through? I seriously, I doubt it. It looks like the commit's still going through. So I'm able to do an nping on port 30,080 and get through the other side. That's why I don't think like app ID is the issue. I don't believe. What's the security policy look like from the DMZ zone outbound? DMZ zone outbound. Source from DMZ, so that's our mid server. Destination WAN, which is where the 10.60.30.1, which is AWX, exists. Application is already any, right? So, but the service, the URL category is application default. So it might actually, that theory might be good. It might still be the port number. Let's try this curl again. Ah, okay. Yeah, it was. That's totally what it was. We had to create a special a service to permit it. If I look into this, I should be able to see. Compare general. Nope, that's good. Let's move into logs. And there should be something for, was it like permit AWX? It may not have arrived in Panorama's logs just yet. Allow DNS, bunch of DNS. Not really surprised about that. Let's negate port 33. Let's. Please negate it. Go. There it is, right there. So interesting. Incomplete. This was permitted. But this was at 42, so this was 2 minutes ago. Yeah, this was 2 minutes ago. I don't think... Oh, look at that, ServiceNow base. So you can see the container. The application is automatically detected as ServiceNow. So that's pretty cool. What I'm looking for is the AWX policy being matched upon. I don't know if, let's look into the local logs. And ServiceNow based. I'm looking for port 30,000 or 30,080. There it is. Okay, yep. So there's the match. So previously, when we didn't specify the port or the service as 30,080 being AWX, it was technically permitted by the rule, but the problem is that the firewall was like, hey, man, 30,080, this traffic's HTTP. So why are you trying to use port 30,080 for it? And it blocked it, just silently dropped it. Well, from the logs perspective, it was a silent drop. From the client perspective, it was a TCP reset, which is kind of interesting. Okay, so I feel good about this. Let's just update the policy, kind of like you mentioned. Let's throw the app ID into it, just so that we're not just being too crazy with this. All right, so it should be web dash browsing. Web browsing. There we go. Commit that. Commit and push. And I'll be right back. XY, what part of the country are you calling from? All right, and after this commit goes through, we'll just we'll retry this curl command, make sure we get the status. Canada, oh, wonderful. I'm in I'm in Texas, and it's like it's barely 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and like my dogs and I were all shivering over here. I got Scandinavian blood, and yeah, like 32 degrees. I'm just like, no way. That's too cold. What's it like up there right now? What part of Canada, first of all? That's what I'm interested in. Canada's so vast. Oh, was that done? Commit succeeded. Wonderful. Okay, let's try this again. Looks good. All right. So now ServiceNow should be able to do the same. Toronto. Okay. Wonderful. Let's do this. The default get. Select the mid server. Update. And then do test. Wonderful. All right, so now we got it. Now we're in a good spot. This is exactly what we've got. Get the mid server. It's running as a Docker container. It was a pain to set up. It honestly wasn't that big of a deal. The problem obviously being the password thing. But mid server has a TLS connection from inside of my environment to ServiceNow. And with this now, mid server, let's draw another. My diagram's kind of falling apart here. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Never had the luxury of getting up to Toronto. But, Got a lot of family that live right on the Canadian border in the state of North Dakota. And one time we went north of the border during a summer vacation. It was summer, like it was like July. We went to like a swim park, and it was like 30 something degrees, and I could not freaking believe it. I could not believe it. All right, so we've got AWX here, and so what we just did is we told ServiceNow, I want you to make an API call up here into AWX. And then the response came from AWX back to the mid server and up through ServiceNow. So that's what we got going on. We're in good position. I'm feeling good. All right. Just checking my emails, make sure I'm not ignoring my boss accidentally. Follow up on your photo. Oh my God. Oh, marketing people are persistent bunches. I love them. All right. Okay. So we've got this set up. Now we can test, or now we can tie all these things in together. So I've got an example somewhere. Let me go digging in my GitHub history of like all the JavaScript code that we're going to need. That's for dashboards. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Just actions. Let's see here. Wired inventory. No, that's not what I'm looking for. What I am looking for is within that workflow, we're going to have to code some JavaScript to pass the torch, so to speak, between our catalog item, our self-service catalog item, and to the REST API message. And so let's do sec security policy, publish, Calvin approves. So right in here, we're going to need to script out some goodies that passes data from one end to the other. Now, I know I've got this. Should clarify. I was hoping that I had this information kind of stored in a folder somewhere. So that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to look into, let's see. Type is PDF. There's a meatball recipe. That's not what I need. Let's look into downloads. Type is Nope. All right. I'm going to log into my NAS and see if I can find a shortcut. Okay. Oh, you know what? I sent it to somebody on LinkedIn. Somebody was asking for a ServiceNow video. Hey, we're delivering it. And I sent them like a PDF. Let me see if I can figure out. Hey, Roger. There it is. Here's my PDF. Go ahead and save it. And let's copy it and paste it into this window on my desktop. Yeah, all right, cool. All right, so basically a few years back, I was a good scout and built some documentation around this process. Let's see if I've got, there we go. So here's the, yeah, this is what we need right here. We'll copy this. Look at that. That's some real good documentation. The vendors can learn from us. All right, let's paste it into here and tell it to format this as JavaScript and format the document. Okay, so what we're effectively looking at here is the JavaScript that we need to add, but of course we need to pull some of this out. Let's change our REST message is called, what is it called? Get back. Ansible test. All right, that's good enough, I guess. Ansible test is the name of our message. The method goes next. This is kind of broken up into different lines. So the method, so the name of the REST message goes here. The name of the method goes here. And I've only got one method right now. It's called default get. So we'll just go ahead and paste this there. Site section, I don't know. Oh, this was for, what were we doing? We're building Wi-Fi stuff. So that's why you see some of this here. Things like SSIDs and those types of things. R set string, get body, execute. Okay, so what this is doing, it's creating an instance of a ServiceNow service, if you will, called REST message v2. So it's creating a new instance of that, and it's passing in the name of our REST message, which is Ansible test, and the name of our HTTP method, which is called default get. And it's storing this instance as the letter R. Now, once I have this instance now saved as the letter R, there's certain functions that come packaged along with that. One of those is, looks like setting string, set string parameter. So I'm basically going to say like, this is going to be the name of my, was it like SRC zone, I think was the one of them. And I think maybe name of the policy was another. But what we're basically doing is we're creating string parameters, and we're setting it equal to the value that we get from the form and then changing the form object to a string. So kind of confusing for sure, but let's go ahead and check that out. This should be everything that we need. Let's dump this into here. Oh, I can't edit it until I check it out. Let's check it out. And paste in the script here. Okay, that looks good. And if I publish this, that should look good as well. So we technically should have everything like working as far as we got a self-service form. It's only asking for like 2 bits of information. That's not going to be enough for us. But when we submit that, it's going to then go through the workflow. The workflow is going to pull out the values of those form fields. It's going to set them within our REST message as new objects. And then it's going to get pushed into the REST message, which is a get method for us right now. And then that's going to send it over the mid server, which will then send it to the AWX server. I think this will work. But what I want to do is I want to get into the AWX server, and I want to do a TCP dump. I want to see the request coming in. So let's jump into show you AWX 01. Let's see here. And let's log in. Oh, sorry. Can we find that document online? It should be. I think what we'll do at the end of this day is I'll upload this to the GitHub repo. Hey, that's a good point. Let's create a GitHub repo and let's just store all the junk that we've been working on inside of it. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Remind me if I don't get that done in the next couple of minutes. ENS 118 port 30,080. Okay, so now we're listening in on all port 30,080 requests just to test this. Let me refresh my page. Yeah, okay. So we can see my request coming in from my local computer, hitting towards this. Okay, that looks good. Let's clear the screen. Hit the up arrow. And let's kind of pump this up just a little bit. Now what I want to do, let's just work our way backwards. Let's start at the end. Let me hit this test button. We see the request come in. So it came in from, this is the mid server right here. That's not ServiceNow's public IP, that's my mid server. That's what we expect. Okay, let me just kind of space this down a little bit. Let's go into our, where are we at? Workflow, or not workflow. Oh, so that's my computer asking for an update. Let's see my catalogs, security automation, and security self-service. And let's try this form. And we're going to call this 1877 mineral water from HEB. Order now. Okay. So it looks like there is a step here. Oh, the request approved. We skipped that approval process. Approvers requested. Let me click this approve button. Boom, just like that. Just like that. How gnarly. That is so cool. All right. So what we forgot to do was include an approval process into our workflow. But it looks like it was already there. It said skipped, but it definitely didn't skip. We definitely had to do it. Let's click show workflow context. And here we go. So condition always. Oh yeah, no, there's totally an approval process. Yeah, we added it there. Okay. And then run script, finished. So what I would like to figure out is like right here, for instance, I'd like to find a way of getting the response code back from our API request. There's got to be a way inside of our workflow. Let's look at that again. Security policy. Inside of here, like if we look right, we create the variable R, then we execute, and then we get the response. So yeah, we get the response body, we get the response status, but I guess I gotta log it somewhere or something because I'm not able to see it. So, but we do get the response that comes from the API request and the body. It's just I guess like we should probably like update the ticket or update the request or something like that with that data. I've never done that. But okay, we're in a really good position right now. From AWX side, we can't see the body that came in from the request. All we can see is like looking at TCP dumps, we can just see that yes, the request did arrive. But we have yet to actually construct the body based on based on the form values that we had created right here. We created two, one called source zone, one called name, but we're not doing anything with those yet. This is like when you run into problems with your ServiceNow automation deployment, this is going to be like probably the thing, right? Is your variable names, because you've got to get them right inside of the ServiceNow form. You got to get them perfect within this workflow. And then you also got to get them perfect within the REST message. And then the endpoint has got to be looking for those in a very specific format. To kind of share with you what the format looks like, I'm just logging in to Postman on my computer, and I don't have an example. Great, we'll have to figure this one out. But it's like, it's a dictionary, like it's called extra vars, and then the vars get nested underneath that dictionary, and that's how Ansible expects them. But before we get ahead of ourselves, let's go ahead and just create a new GitHub repository. This will be called ServiceNow goodies. All ServiceNow related stuff. And inside of here, what we'll do is we'll add, this will be JavaScript. No, there's no git ignore for that, so we don't need to worry about that. Apache license 2, go. What we'll want to do inside of here, we'll upload the PDF. We'll upload our workflow editor file for this, right? So this is important. Copy that, and let's create a new file, and we will call this workflow.js, and we'll paste it in here. And commit that, and we'll also upload our download. Does it document? Yeah, we'll upload this, which is my documentation for building out these workflows. Can I rename that to something else? Maybe not gonna let me do that. Okay. But oh my gosh, this was almost 2 years ago. Wow, how the time has flown. Look, I even misspelled catalog then. I spelled it right here, I misspell it here, I misspell it there, and I spell it right there. There's no hope for me. There is no hope for me. That's so good. Okay, so inside of here, yeah, this is our workflow, REST message, blah blah blah. All this is good. Authentication type. This is going to Ansible AWX. So this shows you how to construct the REST message inside of ServiceNow. Ah, there it is. This is what the payload for AWX is looking for. It is a dictionary. Key is extra vars, and then it's just a bunch of key value pairs. But the value's got that $sign in front of it. $, curly braces, variable name. This has to reference the whatever you set inside of your workflow. So in my case, like source zone, we're creating source zone right here. This would be source zone, and probably this if Ansible's looking for it, right? But our ServiceNow team has a form for automation. There is no order button there. Also, they changed the fields on the page to dynamically based on the product we choose via drop-down menus. How do they do that? So, good question. Regarding the form stuff, right? That's mostly just based on like the default that I've got here. Let's move back into the is it items? Yeah, sure. There we go. All right. And so like you can control like whether or not like the buttons have order now, or if it's request or whatever. You can completely configure those types of things. Now, what's interesting is that we have this thing called, so there's two things to consider. One, we have something called a catalog UI policy. And what the catalog UI policy allows you to do is to say, once the UI has changed to this state, then do this. What I mean by that is like, if you would say like, if they select the DMZ zone, then have another few fields populate on the screen asking for additional information. It's basically saying like, you change the state of the form, and that you've selected something or you've typed something or whatever it is. And based on your action, you can hide things from the UI, or you can add things or make things visible in the UI. So let's see if we can do an example. We've got to add destination zone. That's got to happen, right? So let's go ahead and do this. First of all, let me move some of this around. I don't like the way this is structured. So we're going to say show hide filter. Nope. There's a way of like, is it configure? It's not important. We'll move on with it. Well, no, it is important because I want to see the name of my variables here. So sort A to Z. It's not a sort. Is it this? Yeah, it's this. Okay. Add in the, it should be name, right? Add in the name and make that at the top. Make the question next. Make the order the last, and then the type, hit OK. Now this box should change. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that helps me just a little bit easier. I want the name of my variable. Yeah, I care about the question that's asked. I care about the type, and I care about the order. So let's do another. Let's create a new variable. We'll call it DST underscore zone. So it'll be a destination zone. What zone will be the destination? And we'll call this DST underscore zone. I'm gonna hit, we'll hit submit. I want to change this to be a type of select box. So just like we did above, right? We got a drop down menu. Let me hit save, and let's add the first. So we got DMZ, LAN, and WAN. So DMZ, and we'll say LAN. Okay, so we've added 3 things to our drop-down menu. Now, by default, if we look at it right now, that's going to show up on the screen, right? We got destination here at the top, source zone. The form's a little bit of a mess right now, but we don't care about that. But I just want to point out that destination zone dropbox and source zone dropbox are currently visible. So what we need to do is we need to do a couple things. Let's move the destination zone down. We do that with the number by the order. So I'm going to change the order to 300, which will effectively push this down just a little bit. Let's go ahead and hit update. So yeah, so okay, so source zone on top, destination zone on bottom. Now let's talk about hiding things and making things magically appear. We do this under a catalog UI. First of all, let's check into destination really quick. I cannot hide anything that is mandatory. Let me select this as hidden by default, update, and then look at the form again. So now destination zone is hidden. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say catalog UI policy. We're going to create a new UI policy. We're going to call this unhide the buried treasure. And we're going to apply this when what action has taken place. So you can script this out if you want, or you can do it based on some kind of change within the web app. So I'm going to say once source zone is set to LAN. All right, and we'll hit save. Once the source zone is set to LAN, then we get some UI things that we can do. So then the UI thing we're going to do is we're going to update the destination zone, keep the order of 300. We'll make it mandatory. We'll make it visible, and we'll hit submit. And we'll hit update. And we'll try it out. All right, so again, by default, right, we can call this Taco Tuesday on Friday. Doesn't really matter. Now, currently it's hidden. If I change the LAN to DMZ, destination zone stays hidden. If I change it to LAN, boom, then we get additional drop down. Now, in this case, does this make sense? No, like honestly, like we wouldn't do this. Like there's no reason to hide the destination security zone. None that I can really think of. So the use case is it's kind of a joke, right? But you can do like UI things based on the status or the state of your current web application. Now that's one thing to consider. That's the hiding and presenting things. There's another thing on here called catalog client scripts. And what this allows us to do is we can pre-populate the form based on data within the firewall. So let's say we go back to this form. Right now, the user needs to know, like, hey, we got these 3 zones, WAN, LAN, DMZ, same with the destination zone. But what if I wanted these drop-down menus pre-populated at runtime, meaning like whenever I load the web page? What will happen is if you have a client script attached to the catalog item, when the user logs in or when they access this form, the client script will go and reach out to Panorama, for instance, and grab a list of all the security zones. Or maybe you have one that's like based on like device groups. Maybe you select a specific device group, and then a client script runs in the background, talks to Panorama, and grabs like all the devices in there, all the current policies inside of there. Like a really, really valuable thing, right? It gets like the ServiceNow devs out of having to hard code all these like form field values. And it allows a higher level of confidence for those of us that are performing this task that the data that we're working from is fresh data. Like it's not hard coded by someone who's not a network security engineer, doesn't know what a security zone is or any of that stuff, right? The data is sourced directly from your environment, specifically like Panorama in this case. Or if you're not comfortable with that, then you can have like another piece of like what we would call middleware that would maybe like listen to these requests and then be able to serve that data without ServiceNow talking directly to Panorama, because some people just don't like the idea of a SaaS solution talking to their firewall management platform, and I totally get where they're coming from. So yeah, a couple of different things to consider, a couple of different options that are available for us. We're going to keep things like really vanilla basic. Maybe I'll do some UI policies. But yeah, that's how we get it done. That's how we get it done. Let's delete this UI policy. It's kind of silly. Yeah, suffice to say, like if ServiceNow is really good at like forms, like platform aside, like maybe performance challenges aside, ServiceNow's freaking outstanding at helping people build forms. And that's again, we can take advantage of this when we're trying to get automation adopted within our company, because ultimately, like if the automation's too hard, or if it's like got this perception of being like this mythical dragon that's going to break everything, no one's going to use it. Nobody's going to use it. So like again, using like this form functionality inside of ServiceNow really it helps break down some of that mystique. All right, so let's do this. Let's look at Palo Alto Networks security policy Ansible module. What I'm really looking for here is I'm looking for all the parameters that are necessary for building a security policy. And we're going to use that as our reference for the form building inside of ServiceNow. So we'll say policy. And we got a couple different things that are matching. PBF, managed security rule policy. PanOS security rule. This is the name of our module. We're going to need to get familiar with it because we'll have to build a playbook to be able to execute here. But here are all the parameters that are required. There's quite a, well, required is a hard word here. These are all the options that you have to select from, some of which are hard-coded required. Let's move down to the bottom and find an example. This looks good enough. All right, so this right here will be the basis of our Ansible playbook that we'll execute. And it will also be the source of information that we work from our ServiceNow form. But before we get carried away, let's jump into our dev directory and let's pull down that GitHub repo that we're working from, because we're going to be updating and adding more goodies in here. So we'll clone the repository and then we'll open up a new instance of VS Code inside of here. And just to help it pop out a little bit, we're going to change to a new color. Let's pick something that's not too obtrusive on the eyes. Let's go for orange. Orange is pretty hardcore on the eyes. Yeah, let's go with that color. Sure, why not? And let's grab this playbook again. And let's start creating some folder directory inside of our GitHub repo. So we're going to say documentation, and then we're going to move the IIS into there. Yes. We're also going to rename that. Downloaded this from a Windows server, so it's got this stupid IIS prepended to it. We're going to say building ServiceNow workflows. That's good. And change that name. We're going to have a form here for JavaScript. We're going to add that workflow inside of there. Call that, yep, that's called workflow. That's good. What else do we need? We need the Ansible stuff. So we'll say Ansible. And I'll create a new file. And we'll call this security policy.yaml. We'll paste that in there. That's not a working playbook in its current implementation, but we'll work on that. And what else do I need? That's a good start. Let's go ahead and update. Not the best Git message, but as long as you guys don't call me out on it, we're good. Okay, so now we got a little bit of structure inside of our GitHub repo. That's good enough. Let's kind of split these screens here. And okay. So let's start creating a bunch of new variables. Move some things around here. All right. We won't worry about the provider. I'm not going to worry about the device group because I'm going to go directly to, no, I should go to Panorama. I shouldn't go directly to the firewall. I should go to Panorama. So I do need to worry about the device group. Is this a pain in the butt? No, but it's the right way of doing things. Okay. So we're going to talk to Panorama. So my device groups, I've got a device group called Houston. We'll target that. And the rule name will be ServiceNow test. The description will be, this is just a test. Tag, where are my tags? What kind of tags do I got in here? We'll call this, we'll just call it infrastructure. Source zone Let's take a look at my zones here for Houston. I've got DMZ, LAN, and WAN. All right, so we'll say DMZ, source any, DMZ, WAN, LAN for IP 1.1.1.1 is fine. Okay. All right, that's a good enough starting point for us. Let's close out some of these tabs here. All right, so which device group you'd be pushing this policy to? And we'll call this underscore device group. All right, and this will be mandatory field. The order will be, we'll just keep like incrementing. This will be 400. And the default value here will be Houston. Okay. I can't seem to find a way to install Ansible API collection in ServiceNow. So the within ServiceNow itself, you're not going to be able to do that. All right, ServiceNow is based on JavaScript, and Ansible is based on Python, and so you're not going to have a mechanism inside of ServiceNow to install a Python package into it, especially like a collection of Python packages, which is what the Ansible collection ultimately is. So to address that issue, and to address a couple of other challenges, what we're doing instead is we're building. ServiceNow is going to talk to Ansible over its API, and it's going to pass in all the information to the form, and then Ansible is going to know, it's going to receive the message and then know how to do the thing. And so that's what we're going to be building today to address that. Yeah, just one of the many challenges. One of the many challenges. Okay, let's see. We got the sec policy name. Let's change that to be just rule name. And what else we got? We got a description field. Okay, let's add that. Description of the rule. And just name the variable as description. That will not be mandatory. We'll add this as order 500. Okay, so we got device group, we got the rule name, we got source zone. Let's update the variable name to be exactly what it is in the Ansible world, and destination zone to be the same. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Ansible does not have an API. I definitely misspoke. We're using Ansible AWX, which is the GUI API version, whatever you want to call it. But if you're interested in that, we stood up Ansible AWX a couple of weeks ago, so it should be on the YouTube history. Actually, I think I've got dedicated videos on YouTube just to creating, standing up Ansible AWX, because the process it can be pretty intimidating for those that aren't familiar with it. Tag name. Now this is going to be an interesting one, because we need to pass this. As you can see, Ansible is going to be expecting this as a list, right? We got the nice little brackets right there. But in this case, we're going to be passing it as a string. I need to figure this one out. I don't need to figure it out right now, but in all honesty, like same with source zone and source IP, all of these right here need to be passed as lists, as the brackets indicate. And way I've got ServiceNow working right now, it's gonna find the value of the form, and it's gonna transform it into a string, and that's not gonna work for us if we want to add multiple things. That's just something to consider. We'll do 600 for tag. Already got source zone. Got source IP yet? No, we do not. Okay, so source IP. That will be mandatory field. Order 700. We'll eventually revisit all of these order things once we start to get into the containers inside of a form. Not containers like Docker, like you're thinking or I'm thinking, but there's actually like UI containers that you can to build these in. Destination IP, and this is going to be 800. Also mandatory. There you go. I want to be able to trigger an Ansible playbook and Ansible tower when an incident is created in ServiceNow. Yeah, this is literally what we're doing. I read that you need to install Ansible Spoke, or is there a new ServiceNow API module that lets you to install with ServiceNow? So let me kind of move over here. I've got a really terrible image. Let me show you something. This is what we've been working on. So just as a recap, earlier today, what we set up, we got a brand new ServiceNow instance. It's in the SaaS, it's in the cloud. And to connect into my home environment, we've got this little internet cloud here, and then a firewall. We didn't want to expose the ports on the public firewall facing the internet. So what we did instead is we installed something called a mid server. It was a little bit harder than it needed to be. That's me not finding the right documentation. But once the mid server is installed, this runs basically as an agent on some kind of machine in your environment. It builds an SSL connection up into ServiceNow, and then now ServiceNow can push all of its requests for jobs and such, network automation jobs, whatever. It can now push them to the mid server, and the mid server has access to things like your DNS environment, as well as all of your internal resources. Now, in the case that you mentioned, right, with AWX, what's actually happening? Ansible Tower, same product, and that it's not even called Ansible Tower now. It's called Ansible Automation Controller. Whatever. It's all the same product, just in different life cycles. I'm using the free version of Ansible Tower, Ansible AWX. It has the same REST API that you're accustomed to with Ansible Tower. ServiceNow is going to proxy the job through the mid server, and then it's going to come into the Ansible AWX REST API. And so there's nothing like there's no other pieces within the architecture that are required. You need ServiceNow, you need a mid server, and follow all the instructions that ServiceNow provides for that mid server. And you need Ansible AWX, or in your case, Ansible Tower. Again, like same type of product. And these are the only components. This enables you to have all of your Ansible goodies on its own little server, isolated. The mid server, the only thing it does is relays HTTP commands. And ServiceNow, the only thing it's really good at doing, don't take this the wrong way, ServiceNow people, but in our use case, the only thing that it's doing is it's speaking HTTP back down to the Ansible AWX. So that's kind of like the architecture that we got put together here. Those are the only pieces that are required, those three. Destination IP. Let's do application as well. Ooh, application. See, like that. Oof. Thinking about applications. So if you build your security policy around applications, then you're gonna have to put up some guardrails, because people are gonna fat finger that all day, and they'll type in the wrong application. And if that's what's actually being put into the policy itself, it's gonna need some guardrails. So this is where like a drop-down menu would be of benefit, and we'll do that. We'll have, let's see, application will be 900. The type will be a select box, and click yes. So let's provide some bumpers as to which applications can be requested. But if you've got a long list of application, your ServiceNow developers are gonna you're either going to need to become like their best friend in order for them to like build all this out for you, or they might just tell you to get lost. So this is where like a client script, a catalog client script would really come into play, because the data of all the applications, maybe sanctioned or unsanctioned, or maybe just based on Palo Alto Network's app ID, whatever it is, it needs to come from some dynamic source. You cannot expect people to type them in correctly and guess. And you cannot expect a ServiceNow developer to type them all in one at a time if we're talking like in the magnitudes of hundreds. It's just, that's not cool. So that's where a client-side script would really come in to save the day. SSH is going to be value SSH, order of 100. Oh shoot, why not telnet? Telnet and 200. And then we'll do HTTP and HTTP, and let's make that order 50. Okay, so these are the 3 applications that I have in my list. Not a full list for sure, but again, putting some barriers up there. And then the action, we need to have some type of thing to happen. So action, and this is also going to be a drop down. So let's change that to select box. And then let's get back into action. Let's change it to mandatory. The order is like, I don't know, 1,000. And we have allow. And we have deny. And we'll make that 200. Okay. So now looking at the form, it'll probably look terrible. It's not too bad. But it definitely could be cleaned up just a little bit. And so let me see. What are some things that I can group together? Source zone, destination zone. Okay, so let's make device group item number 150 in the form. Let me create a new object. You haven't seen this one yet, but it's one that I really like. It's called a container. So we'll do a container start, and we'll put it at 199. And we'll give this name of zone info container start. So what the container lets us do within the UI, it allows us to effectively create like a logical grouping of variables. Makes it a lot easier to kind of see the different things that are going on. So we're going to select a container split, and we're going to make this like 250, I think it would be. This allows us to split the form fields in half on the UI. So yeah, it's split right between there, and then source zone. So you can see like this can be a lot of extra work, but in my personal preference is to always make things easy to consume. And this is one of the things that I feel like it really helps the UI. Right. Okay, source zone destination. Okay. We'll make the description line item number 120. Everything else is good. Let's go ahead and try this out. Did I not save it? Let's see. Container start, container split, container end. That should have created a nice little logical grouping for us. Update, but it didn't. It's that bums me out. Let's just work from this from now. It's a little ugly. There are opportunities to make things a lot prettier. It's usually by using the containers, but maybe it's just because of the... Is it because I've got this? No. No, it's just ugly by default. Okay. All right. Just know there's options to clean this up, but we won't worry about them for now. All right. So this looks pretty good as not the aesthetics, but like the data that's being asked of it. So we've got all of these. This is what we want. Now we need to update our workflow to account for these additions. So let's open up our VS Code here and let's split the screen. All right, so we basically, what we're doing on lines 4 and 5, we need to have a matching side over here to what Ansible's ultimately going to look like. All right, so let's, first of all, let's rename, let's just kind of work through this. Destination zone is going to be destination, or device group, rule name. We'll just kind of do that. Description. Tag name. This is where, like, if I'm being honest with myself, where I need to improve this workflow is right here in the JavaScript, because this toString mapping right here, that's problematic for what Ansible or what the firewall is expecting. It's not expecting a string, it's expecting a list. And so if I don't set up my Ansible in the right way, this is going to break. All right. That's a good start. I think we're accounted for everything. We got device group. Oh, we got duplicate rule names. Okay. Description, tag name, source zone, source IP, destination zone, destination IP, application, and action. All right. So that looks good. Let's move back up into ServiceNow. Say update. And let's go to the workflow. And let's update the script that we're calling. Okay. We got to check out this. And paste these goodies. Does that look good? I think it looks good. Okay. All right. Then we need to publish our changes. And then we need to come back into the REST message and start working on constructing the API payload. So we'll go to REST message, Ansible test. We should probably change that to be something else, but for now it's okay. We're going to create a new method. This is going to be called create security policy. The HTTP method is going to be a post. The endpoint is going to be based on whatever Ansible playbook that we're going to be working from, or in the Ansible tower or AWX parlance, that's a template. So let's find an appropriate template to base this on. Let's just get, let's duplicate this and let's call this create security policy. Is that, I think that's what we called it right here. Yeah, create security policy, create security policy. Okay, to be pushed from ServiceNow. We got already Panorama inventory. That's fine for now. Excuse me, that's fine. All that's fine. Click save. Now, this is what I'm looking for. This right here is the job template and the ID, which is 14. Now, I need to get this not directly from the browser URL like this. I need to get the API call for it. So let me duplicate this and change this to API v2. And let's kind of browse around to find the template. Let's see. It's not that. Search for the word template. Job templates. There it is. This is what we're looking for. And number 14 specifically, /14. There it is. URL. Okay. So this is the full URL that I need to get ServiceNow to talk to. So let's update the endpoint to be this. Let's select the mid server, which was that. The HTTP headers, we're gonna have to figure this one out. The username and password, like there's a whole process in Ansible to create this, and we'll have to figure that out here just real soon. But for right now, we're gonna say content type is application JSON, and I think that's good for now. Let's click save. Let's look back in that documentation that I had around what the body needs to look like. ServiceNow goodies, documentation, and let's kind of pull this open. So the body needs to look like this. It's a dictionary. So I'm gonna start typing this out in my browser. Extra underscore vars. And site underscore name and $, curly braces, site underscore name. Boom, boom, and boom. All right. Let's paste that into here and structure this a little bit better. This is going to be JSON, actually. It's going to be formatted as JSON. I think that's right. Let's format. It's oh no, it's not right. It needs to be like this. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think it looks good. All right, so now let's split this again. And move this over here. And let's just kind of copy and paste. And all right, so rule name is next. Still can't get over the fact that one of my dogs just escaped death from one of our hawks. A terrible thing. My wife is not going to be happy when she gets home. Let's see. Action and action. All right. I think that's all what we need. We'll save this as a REST message payload. Okay. And let's come back into ServiceNow and paste this into right there. Now, if you thought that's all you needed to do, you might be a little bit shocked that there's yet another step. It's not enough for us to just like declare the variables here. The workflow created variables don't magically pop up over here. We actually have to define the variable substitution down below. So let's do this just one more time. Here, security policy, collapse that. And device group. Test value will be Houston. Submit. Rule name. Be another one. I feel like DJ Khaled. It's like another one. ServiceNow test record. Description. Tag name. No, I need to make that something legit. We'll call it VPN. All right, last one. Okay. So this looks good. Let us, whoa, we got a couple things we got to address first. One, we need to find a way that ServiceNow can authenticate to the API of AWX. And we create an OAuth token to make that a reality. But there's a couple of steps in AWX to make that happen. Then once we get the token, we should be able to add it as a bearer token in here, and should be good. Variable substitution is part script node or REST message. So in the context that we're looking at right here, this is pulling. God, I don't remember, to be honest with you. I believe what's happening in this section right here is that this allows us to, we have to declare the variables in order for them to be picked up by the run message. But honestly, I don't know if that's true, because we declare the variables as a part of the REST message right here, right? We created an instance of the REST message. Oh, we need to change that, by the way. We need to change this to create security policy, and let's do that. So I don't know. What we'll do is we'll test something if we have enough time. We'll test it all out. Let me update that to create security policy. And I also want to just remove the test and to just be Ansible. Let's publish it. Okay. And let's change the name to just Ansible like that. Hit update, save. Okay. Oh, all right. So we're almost near the finish line, but we have a couple of big things that we need to do. The first one I mentioned, we need to create an application. I hate that word, but we need to create essentially some credentials that ServiceNow can use to authenticate into AWX. And the way that we do that in AWX is built around OAuth 2. So we have to create an application and then get the client secret. And once we have the appropriate token for that, then we pass it. Then we need to come back up here, pass it inside of our HTTP headers so that ServiceNow can authenticate into Ansible AWX. Right now, if we did this, let's go ahead and show you. It's going to fail. It's going to give us a 401. It'll probably give us two different errors. It'll give us a 401 first, but even if our authentication was to work, the playbook that we have selected right now doesn't know how to handle this payload, so it would complain about that too. So that's the third thing that we need to get, is we need to get a working playbook. So yeah, authentication credentials were not provided. To establish a login section, go to API/login. So Ansible Tower is complaining to ServiceNow that it doesn't know who it is, right? So that's what we need to address first. Now, I remember this process is different for Tower than it is for AWX, and that really makes me upset because it's really hard to find the documentation for AWX. I mean like the regarding creating the OAuth tokens. Maybe it's somewhere. As you can see, I really struggle with finding good documentation, so it could be just my fault in this case. But from what I remember, I have to create a application inside of the GUI. So let's come back to AWX. Create under administration, we're going to create an application. We're going to call this ServiceNow. And it belongs to my Redtail org. Authorization grant is going to be, oh, darn. I don't remember. Great. Let's do password base. Client is a client type is public. What is this? Depending on how secure the client device is. Yeah, the device is the client device is ServiceNow. So it's well, how secure is that? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Resource grant type. Okay, let's see. Look at these two. Grant type. Grant type the user must use to acquire tokens for this app. Let me just kind of breeze in over here for Ansible AWX. Let's ditch Brave and let's just go through Google for this. Okay, so these docs are for Ansible Tower, and I don't think it's applicable. I think it's a different API. And that's what I think that's what's frustrated me. But let's just look at this doc and let's look at the authorization grant type and let's see if we can get at least some documentation here. Authorization. Oh, not found. Grant type authorization code. Okay. Oh, there we go. The application authorization code grant type should be used when access tokens need to be issued directly to an external application or service. Well, that's definitely us. You can only use the authorization code to acquire an access token when using an application. When integrating an external web application with Ansible Tower, the web app may need to create OAuth 2 tokens on behalf of the users in that web app, which is what happens. Okay, so good to know. It looks like we want the authorization type to be authorization code. That's a total guess. Client type. Let's see if they do any better. Client type is confidential. Let's see. Client underscore type. Confidential. So their examples only show confidential. All right. I'm going to keep mine public. Let's see. Redirect URI. So this is important for OAuth. What did I use in the past? Let's see. Authorization URI. I feel like I had it just blank, to be honest with you. Okay, there we go. There's my client ID. So I'm going to save this. All right. That gave me my client ID. Yeah, but there's the deal. Like, you're not going to get that token. So, darn, how did I get this in the past? Let's see. What if I don't think let me delete this. Let me try to do this over the API instead. I think there's a better workflow for that. So API v2 and is it applications? Yeah. Applications. Okay, so here's the content. Call it ServiceNow, description. Client type. Confidential. Redirect URIs is going to be empty. Authorization type. I'm going to say password this time. Skip authorization. False. Organization. My org is ID number 2. Okay. Post. Invalid control character because of trailing comma. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Password is not a valid choice. Authorization grant type. Copy this verbatim. Oh, maybe it's under client type. Yeah, that's the problem. All right, there we go. So there's our client ID and our client secret. Password type. I feel like there's one more step. Let's go to tokens and snow. And there we go. There's our token. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's come back into here. Authentication type, say no authentication. And then in here, authorization, bearer, and then our token. So now when I hit, let's say save, and will I get a 401 error or will there be just the problem with my playbook? Let's see. Okay, so good news. Our authentication error has gone away. So that process, honestly, in my perspective, it's easier to do from the API. You have to create an application, set it to password, set it to confidential, Once you've created the application, under the related tab where tokens is, click on that. And then now you can start creating tokens. You cannot create tokens from the UI. I don't know why. Does the token expire? It does. Yeah. So OAuth 2 has really good expiration controls built into it. In my case, the token expires on. It expires in 1,000 years. So, well, in year 3022, March 50, if this planet is still around, it looks like it's good for 999 years. So, yeah, I think it'll work for a while. Hopefully, let's refresh this to see if we can control that a little bit better. Under applications, ServiceNow. See you then. Yeah, for real. Oh no, yeah, it is May 30th, 3022. If I'm still doing automation by that point in my life, he's just double tap, just put me out of my misery. I love this job, but I don't want to be doing it for 1,000 freaking years. All right, cool. Good stuff. All right, so we've authenticated. The only thing left, honestly, the only thing left for us to do is to build out the Ansible side of things, and then update the template right here. That's the only thing left for us. So what we'll do is I'm going to change these into dynamic values. So I don't want anything hard coded here. I want everything to come in from a variable. So this is a truly dynamic playbook. Now, saying that, the arrays or the list items, these are still problematic. I don't have a working solution right now off the top of my head that will address them, but it needs to be fixed in the workflow. We need to read the object as a list rather than, or I think in the JavaScript world they call them arrays. So that's what we need to do instead of like the toString. I don't know, maybe toList or toArray or something like that. Okay. So this is good because this gets all of our data dynamically for our security rule. It gets it dynamically from the Ansible playbook. This we can throw away. And let's say add security policy to Panorama device group. Yeah, that's good. That's a good enough name. Now this playbook is not complete because it still needs to have well, the provider in our case is going to come from a shoot. Can I omit that provider? Let's look at what we did for address object. Let's look at that playbook. This is from this project, which is located right here. Pan office hours, Ansible provision firewall.get. Let's go back. Ansible provision and playbook. So, okay. So this is basically the format that we need for our playbook, and we'll just omit the very last things. So let's paste this right here. And move that. This becomes that. This becomes pushed there. And there we go. All right. So remove the provider. All right. This is what, let's see. Create a security policy from ServiceNow. Okay. Ansible lint, go away. Okay. That looks, oh, let's just update this here. Create security policy. There we go. Ansible lint is kindly check the path or disable validation with Ansible lint. I feel like I know exactly. Never mind. Okay, let's disable this then. Yep, go ahead and reload it. There we go. All right, that looks better. And let's update this. And you know what? We should probably... No, it's fine. Just go ahead and push it. Add playbook is this change right here. Adding REST message example. Do that one right there. Boom. And filling out security policy parameters. Boom. Boom. Okay. So they're all uploaded. I come back into our, there we go, ServiceNow goodies. Inside of the Ansible folder, there's our policy. All right, everything's looking pretty good so far. Let's copy the URL of our GitHub project and back inside Ansible Tower or AWX. Let's add in our ServiceNow example. There we are, and the credentials are GitHub SCM. And do a clean and update revision on launch. Thank you. All right, so let's see if we can pull down the repo. There we go. Now let's update our template to use the ServiceNow example, and the playbook is, there we go. Right. Now, one last thing to do. Last thing to talk about. Inside of this playbook, we've made all of the values dynamic variables. If we executed this playbook locally right now, Ansible would complain because it doesn't have, well, it has this one. That's a special variable, but it doesn't have any of these goodies. So Ansible's gonna whine and complain about that. Oh, I think we need to add, yeah, we'll need to add these as well. But these are all coming from ServiceNow. So we need to have a way of telling Ansible to look for these variables and to make sure they're there, or else the playbook's gonna fail. And in the Ansible world, they call this a survey. So we will add a survey to our template and tell it. We can get really descriptive here. What I do, I paste the name of the variable 3 times, and to expect this as a text object. And I just kind of go down the rule or go down the road like this. So if you feel like you create these variables in like 8 different places, it's almost that bad, right? You have to create them in the ServiceNow form. Then you have to create them in the workflow. Then you need to create them as variables within the REST message. Then you need to add them within the REST message JSON body. Then you need to add them in a survey, just like what we're doing here. Then you need to add them in the Ansible playbook. So yeah, if you've got like a really big and dynamic playbook, it can take a while to get this off the ground because there's several different places these things have to be, and they've got to match. If they don't match, you're gonna have a bad time. It's a really annoying thing to have to debug. We did a little debugging earlier when we did like a TCP capture, but that was really just debugging the communication. You don't always get really good debugging information inside of ServiceNow unless you turn on debug, and be ready for the flood of what you'll see. It's difficult to make out anything of value. So yeah, so there's that. Now, if I try to execute this playbook right now within Ansible, I'm going to get a form, a survey, if you will, asking me to pass in these parameters. Now, that's true when executing through the GUI. It's also true when executing through the API. The difference being that if you go through the API, you're going to be passing in a JSON body just like this with a key called extra vars and every one of your extra vars defined. So that's how the survey gets populated from the request inside of ServiceNow. So it's like a, like the knee bone's connected to the leg bone, right? It's that times 10. And yeah, so it's not so bad, but just be aware of what you're getting yourself involved in. The thing that we're missing from here is we're missing our group variables that has the Panorama username and password associated with it. So back in my other playbook, the way that we achieve this was let's see, we're gonna have a folder called group vars, and inside of there's gonna be like a variables file that has our username and password, and it should be encrypted by Ansible Vault. If it's not, I'm in trouble. Let's see, auth.yaml. Okay, yeah, it is. All right, so let's kind of not reproduce this. Let's recreate it. Let's create a folder called group vars, and let's just have a file in here called Panorama, or just call it all.yaml. That's fine. And let's add our username and password for our authentication. Ansible's expecting them to be in this, Panorama username. And what was the other one? Panorama API token. All right. I don't have to do this because we already have an Ansible Vault. Is that Ansible Vault's going to encrypt the file? No, we still have to do this. We totally still have to do this. Okay, and that's fine. So Panorama username, I believe, is Panorama. Oh, yeah, it's right here. Panorama. Let me see if I've got a pan office hours. I do. So pan office hours. And then the password, I think, is Palo Alto 1 exclamation point. Hoping. There we go. Yeah, that's my username and password. Now, I don't want them on the public internet. You guys, I trust. I don't know why. But I do. It's a lab environment, so I don't really care. Let's go ahead and encrypt this with Ansible Vault. Where is Ansible installed in the system? Cache, Poetry, Virtual Ims, Ansible. Yeah, that's one. Then activate. All right, so I've activated the virtual environment. Which Ansible Vault? Yep, okay, so we can find it. Cool. Clear the screen. Ansible Vault. Encrypt. Group vars. Oh, what directory am I in? Am I in Ansible? Group vars. All.yaml. And enter a password of this. Okay. Wonderful. Terrific even. Let's go ahead and add secret passwords. Let me make sure I have a vault that can unlock this inside of Ansible Tower. So we'll come back to credentials. And we'll say new Ansible Vault, ServiceNow. Oh, just kidding. Credential type is a vault. And I'll enter my password here and hit save. Nope. And let's add that to our policy here. Not Panorama Vault. No, it's not Panorama Vault. It's going to be ServiceNow. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's try it. Let's try it out. My dogs are about to bark because my wife's about to come home. So sorry about that in advance. Now, what's great about here in the ServiceNow form is that we have the opportunity to, like, we declared the variable substitution down here, but when we did it, we also passed in a test value. So this means I can get to click this test button and test the API push at the very edge of ServiceNow. This is important. You want to do this here. You don't want to have to do your testing by filling in the form values and making sure the workflow, because if there's anything broken in that process, you're never going to be able to debug like where it all broke. So this gives you the opportunity of like pushing the API at the very edge. So that's what we're going to do. All right, not the problem I was looking for. It doesn't like the method post. Pretty sure it's supposed to be a post though. This is job templates, number 14, if I remember. Get, and is there a, oh, put. Does it have to be a put? I did not know that. Where are you at? There you are. Let's do a put then. Update. Test. All right. Okay, good. So it supports the put operation, but it gave us a different error this time saying this field is required, extra vars, not a valid string. One second. Oh, thank you. All right. I've got something for you. I want you to open up your Nest application. And I want to let you look around 258. Look at the Decker camp. All right, so it says that it's expecting the name value to be passed. Excuse me. One more thing to do. I'm not sure where this is coming from. This field is required. Extra vars. What is it telling us here? Name. This field is required. Extra vars. Oh, I think this is... Oh, okay. No. We're hitting the wrong API, aren't we? This is to update the name of... That's why this is... Okay. Yeah, I think we're hitting the wrong API, ladies and gentlemen. This is to update the API. We don't want to update it. We want to execute it. All right. A little bit... Okay, it's the launch. There we go. It's launch. All right, that explains why post wasn't working. Or at least I like to believe that's why. We'll see. Change this to post and /launch. We'll hit save, and then we'll hit test. Terrific. Wonderful. We did it. We got a 201. We got a response back. And if we check out our playbook over here, it should be failed. All right, we'll address that. But like, that's the big thing. We got the push from ServiceNow to our API, and it looked like the body was structured well. Let's see. What was the issue? Missing required. Okay. Oh, we didn't set the execution environment, did we? It should be easy enough to fix. We did have the execution environment picked. All right. So I think I know what the problem is. We had another thing declared that we forgot to declare here. Okay, so let's unencrypt this vault. And let's add that other variable. It technically doesn't need to be in the vault, but we need to fix the place that Python looks for our Ansible modules. It's a really annoying issue. Let's see, fix Python version. There we go. Right here. Let's just add this to here. And let's test the fix. Okay. Let's force a sync. And then let's run our playbook back. Okay. Name or service is not found. So the inventory is unable. Oh, it doesn't like the URL anymore because I messed up my DNS at home. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. Inventory, Panorama, host, this guy, edit is now HOUPAN01. All right, let's try this yet again. Invalid credentials. That's to authenticate into Panorama. Why would that be wrong? That should be right. Oh, the API key. Oh, did I? Oh, that's not my API token. You guys should have caught that. I'm not going to call you out or anything, but should have caught that. Let's see, to this Panorama authentication, generate API key, all right? Call this Pan office hours and Palo Alto 1 exclamation point. Right, there we go. And there we go. That's an appropriate key. Ansible vault. Encrypt. There we go. Okay. There, we did it. Let's see if the policy exists. For oh wait, it's Houston. Is it on shared? Let's look into the logs and see exactly what took place. So description, rule name called ServiceNow test record. Should have been pushed to Panorama. But I don't see it. What device group? Device group Houston. VPN. This is the description. Let's look at the commit change. And let's look at the difference. Yeah, there it is. Why am I struggling to see it in the UI? This is in the pre-rule base. Oh, whoops. Okay, I need to change that. There it is. Okay, for the WAN, good to go. All right, that's fine. For what we're testing, that's sufficient. Let's revert those changes. Cool. So we already got a working integration up and working. Now let's go for the home run. Let's see if we can't end this on note of glory. Let's create to the policy self-service. We're going to test the whole thing end to end here. We will call this no, we'll call this green tea. This was pushed from ServiceNow. The device group is Houston. The WAN is going to be the LAN's going to be source zone. Ah, that's right. Do we still have that UI thing on there? Where's the destination zone? I think it's still hidden. Let's update that. Yep, it's still hidden. All right, let's try to move this around just a little bit. I'm not really sure why the container isn't working like it's designed. I feel like I've messed something up obvious, but it'll just be a big long line. Hopefully that's fine. Let's say update. Oh, no, and now it worked. It's a little wonky, but it looks like it's working. Let's move the, this is fine for now. We'll call it green tea, and this was pushed by ServiceNow. Houston device group is fine. It will go into source will be WAN and destination will be DMZ, sure. Tag will be VPN. Source will be any, destination will be any, application, let's do SSH, and action allow. All right, it's an ugly form, but let's see if it's an efficient one. So we've kicked off the stage. Let's go ahead and open up the approval. And we're gonna say, we're gonna right click on it and say approve. When we do, we're gonna move over into, did that? Yeah. Move over to Ansible. And yes, we've got a job running. And it completed 4 seconds. Let's come back to our UI. Let's refresh our page here. And there it is. Green tea. This was pushed by ServiceNow. Okay, so things to improve about this workflow. I'm gonna wrap up. We're about almost 5 hours in. Things to improve on this workflow. Things that I know how to improve and things that I don't know but should be considered. The first thing is there are components inside of this Ansible playbook that are structured in a list format. So tag name, source zone, source IP, destination zone, destination IP, and application. In the Palo Alto security policy world, those can be one or more. To accommodate for the or more, the way that we've got this right now, this is not going to work. This will only allow for a single to be inserted in here. So it needs to be improved to the UI within the workflow needs to change. Instead of like these right now are set to toString. We need to change the UI to be a list by like a multiple select option. And then in here, figure out like what's the right method to run. Because it's not going to be a toString. It's going to be like toArray or toList or something along those lines. And then we need to figure out like back in the REST message, how to pass that. Yeah, I don't know. That needs to be definitely worked out. All right, second thing that needs to be ironed out is right now this service catalog is effectively hidden, right? You basically have to know it exists in order to see it. So we have a couple of options in the ServiceNow world. You have this home page, but you also have this option of, let's see, going to preferences. No, this isn't. Looking for profile. There's a way to set it to like a dashboard, but the idea is like you would have a dashboard for all these different network automation tasks. Let's just create a dashboard here. We'll call it network security, and we'll submit that. So you create a dashboard, and then you basically find a way of exposing your service catalog through that dashboard. And the way that we can do that, let's see, add a widget. I want it to be a, let's do a catalog, security automation, all details, boom. All right, so there's where the icon finally came in. All right, so yeah, we basically want to provide like breadcrumbs so that people can go and do the things that they need to. So we got this. We need to now add in the catalog items. Yeah, let's go do that. So we only have one thing. It's for configuration. So now we click into here, and now we can find finally our security self-purpose. Now, obviously, those images, you don't want to use these images. You want to remember we did these as a test earlier to see which one was which. But yeah, the idea here is find a way of creating a dashboard and providing like breadcrumbs to expose your catalog with all these different automation requests. So that's another thing that needs to be done. The third and last thing that I'll just mention is it's also a possibility is this idea of actually using this dashboard construct that we're seeing right here to dynamically pull data from your Panorama environment and present it here inside of the dashboard, really creating like a single pane of glass type of thing. So any type of data, like operational data, maybe like maybe you want to look at your reports, maybe you want to look at application usage. Any of these pieces of data can be extracted from the UI and effectively stored in what's called a remote table inside ServiceNow. But you can effectively, it's basically like a holding place for dynamically fed data, and then you can graph it up here any way that you like. So a lot of ways of improving this. I'm kind of happy with where we got today. We stood up a ServiceNow instance from scratch. We created the service catalog. We created the category in the catalog. Then we created the catalog item, which is our form. Then we created a workflow, associated the workflow to the form. Within the workflow, we have a step to pull out the form data and then send it to a REST message. We then define that REST message, which is basically a mechanism of making the API call into our remote system. But before we did that, we had to create what's called a mid server, which acts as a on-prem job collector or whatever, a proxy or automation runner, whatever you want to call it. But it's basically something that lives in your environment that receives the instructions and then can relay the API call to the system. We set up Ansible AWX with an application of a ServiceNow, which helped us create credentials. We created the token underneath those credentials. We updated our REST message to include all of that goodies. We built an Ansible playbook to allow us to feed dynamic data into it. And we were successful. How about that? Yeah, it was pretty good. Also getting feedback from script node. Oh yeah. Got feedback here within the script node as well. So boy, we covered quite a bit. Ton of stuff. I forgot just kind of how I forgot how to do some of these workflows. Like the mid server was a pain. I'm sure it's documented somewhere, but boy, I really had a hard time finding it. Other than that, I would say everything went like really smooth. I'm kind of surprised. I figured that we were going to run into some more hurdles, but yeah. Oh, we talked about the client UI scripts within the form as well. How to like hide. God, gotta fix this. This is ridiculous. Let's see here. Which one? Let's get rid of you. There and yeah. So I mean, like you can now create underneath this category of configuration. You can now create things like firewall upgrade processes, or maybe you want to provision an IPsec VPN tunnel, or I mean, it's limitless. Whatever it is you want to configure, you now have a place to do it. And you also have the knowledge of what's required to actually make it happen, right? The kind of the stitching all the variables in like those half a dozen spots or more, right? It's a little painful, I'm not gonna lie. Probably could automate it. If you're operating at scale, you should probably automate the creation of the automation. But yeah, hopefully this was beneficial for you guys. Oh, you're welcome. It's good seeing you back. Always love having you guys come back. I'm gonna wrap up. I've been talking for too long. I'm physically exhausted, and I've got a really funny story to tell my wife about the dog that almost got captured by the hawk. So